terakhir. Oh, gak bisa pelan Ibu. Bagaimana? Halo, halo. Iya, usulan. Halo, halo. Halo, halo, halo. Kurang keras kayaknya. Halo, halo. Oh iya, dua. Di cek. Governor. Now we kind thank you teman. Our next speaker. Diversity. Kak, Mas Aris di depan. Ladies and gentlemen. Kita aja. London ini kan saya ngerti apa sih Mas. Udah terakhir udah. Ini coba dulu Mbak mau manggil
Cek low. Cek 1 2 cek low. Cek 1 2 cek 1 2 cek.
Ladies. Mas Den, ini terus MC di mana? Gak DJ. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm and delightful afternoon to each and every one of you here at Alanga University in aku gak usah kayak gitu, ini bisa kayak gini aja. Nah, ini Mbak kan, Mita. Alongside me is my wonderful co-host. Gitu kan? Ya, siapa? Aku ngomong dewe kok cek pede nih hari ini. Ayo. Mbak aja.
Aku.
Safira. Ini kamu ya? Ya? Iya. Yuk. Kenapa Bu mic-nya lompat? Mas Sutra, anu dipasang. Videonya dipasang. And then
pamer sedaya.
Semua cepol. Kira kamu. Bikin Pak Patlon.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm and delightful afternoon to each and every one of you here at Universitas Erlangga in Surabaya, Indonesia. We are truly honored to be hosting.
Sudah.
Vanita. Calling. Vanita. Calling. Yes, our agenda is about to commence in a few minutes. Today, we gather here, embracing the beauty of a hybrid format, bringing together nearly 100 remarkable participants. These diverse individuals here from various corners of the world, representing countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, cek. Ini sih apa? Beneran? Ya emang bener kok teko kono ta? Dinda dari sana Dinda. Yes, our agenda is about to commence in a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, a very welcome and delightful, a very welcome and delightful. Masuk aja Bu, nggak apa-apa. Mau foto di dalam aja, nggak apa-apa. Terlalu nari. Distinguished guests, our agenda is about to commence in a few moments. Distinguished guests. Dinda boleh duduk dulu, Din, masuk lama. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm and delightful afternoon to each and every one of you here at Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya, Indonesia. We are truly honored to be hosting the esteemed opening ceremony of the third summer school on comparative regionalism, an event that promises to delve into intriguing realm to delve into intriguing to delve into the intriguing realm of regionalism and crisis mitigation, a multidisciplinary approach. This extraordinary occasion is made possible through the collaborative efforts of the postgraduate school Universitas Airlangga, the United Nations Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies in Belgium, and Maskut Narikbayev Kasku University in Kazakhstan. This event supported by Kopi Bujen, pemerintah. This event supported by Kopi Bujen, pemerintah Kabupaten Surabaya, pemerintah Kota Surabaya, pemerintah Kabupaten Sidoarjo, Akademi Angkatan Laut dan Ekowisata Mangrove Surabaya.
Enggak, itu nanti ditulis.
Today, we gather here embracing the beauty of a hybrid format, bringing together nearly 100 remarkable participants. These diverse individuals hail from various corners of the world, representing countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, India, Australia, Egypt, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Nigeria, Pakistan, Panama, Philippines, Poland, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Tanzania, Turkey, Uganda, Yemen, and Zimbabwe. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Nita, and alongside me is my wonderful co-host, Shafira. Together, we have the immense privilege of serving as your MCs throughout the next 6 days. On behalf of the entire hosting team, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for the gift of good health and the opportunity to come together in person for this groundbreaking summer school on comparative regionalism. Now, without further ado, let us extend a warm and enthusiastic greetings to all the esteemed and honored guests in attendance today. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasi, SAMTAK, who is in this occasion is represented by, nggak tahu siapa? Distinguished guest, the Governor of East Java, Dr. Andes Kofifa Indar Parawansa, MSI, who in this occasion is represented by Head of East Java National Unity and Politics Agency, Mr. Edi Supriyanto, SSTP, MPSDM. Board of Directors of Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga, represented by our Vice Director of Academy and Alumni of Postgraduate School, Professor Dr. Rudi Purwono, SA, MSA. Director of Airlangga Global Engagement, Mr. Iman Harimawan, SA, MBA, PhD. Mayor of Surabaya, Mr. Eri Cahyadi, ST, MT. Governor of Indonesian Naval Academy, Majen TNI, Mari itu apa?
Marine.
Majen TNI-nya dibaca TNI atau? Oke. Governor of Indonesian Naval Academy, Majen TNI Marine Andy Supardi. MTR of Jangan. Dean of International School of Economic, Maskut Narikbayev, Kasku University, Dr. Saule Kemelbayeva. Dr. Saule Kemelbayeva. Our amazing governor, Dr. Rosa Ristawati, Dr. Iqbal John Koraboyev, and Professor Philip de Lombardi. All the experts instructors, Professor Philippe de Lombardi from United Nations University, Mr. Paradon Rangsimapon from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Thailand.
Dr. Arif Hargono from Postgraduate School, Universitas Airlangga.
Dr. Juansi from Postgraduate School, Airlangga University.
Dr. Jamie Pring from United Nations University.
Professor Song Lile from Tongji University.
Nari Selekpayev. Gitu dah Bu bacanya? Selekpayev. Selekpayev from Yale University.
Andrew Dunn from United Nations University.
Prof. Lelio Lapari from University of Lakia.
Dr. Nimade Sukartini from Postgraduate School, Airlangga University.
Dr. Rosa Ristawati from Postgraduate School, Airlangga University.
Dr. Iqbal John Koraboyev from Maskud University.
Postgraduate? Dr. Alessandra Russo from University of Trento.
Dr. Filippo Costa Buranelli from University of St. Andrews.
Dr. Nanai Baldau from United Nations University.
All dedicated another of study programs in Postgraduate School, Airlangga University.
All the lecturers of Postgraduate School at Airlangga University.
Quality Assurance Unit of Postgraduate School, Airlangga University.
And last but not least, a very pleasant to have all the distinguished participants.
Now, we kindly request that everyone please stand for the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by our university anthem, Hymne Airlangga.
Please rise. Oh, please stand. Okay. Everyone may rise. Gitu biasa. Rise ya. Everyone may rise. Sudah? Sudah.
Thank you. You might now be seated.
Now it's our pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker who will deliver the opening speech. We will begin with Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasi, SAMT AK, Director of Universitas Airlangga, who will share his insights and welcome remarks. And in this occasion will be, ya kan? Diwakili kan? Pak Rektor. Will be represented by blah, 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 blah. Please give a warm round of applause for blah, 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 blah. Pak Rektor, tapi nggak tahu nanti diwakili sama siapa.
Kalau online nggak pakai itu, langsung masuk ke Zoom. Yang offline aja ya pakai. Yang offline baru pakai itu.
Next, thank you, Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasi, for your inspiring words.
The second opportunity belongs to the honorable guest, Mr. Iman Harimawan, SA, MBA, PhD, the Director of Airlangga Global Engagement, to deliver a welcoming speech. Please join with me to welcome him. Thank you, Mr. Iman Harimawan, for the warm support of the summer school.
Now let's welcome Professor Rudi Purwono, SA MSA, the Vice Director of Postgraduate School, Universitas Airlangga, to share his welcoming remarks. Please give a massive applause for Professor Rudi Purwono. Thank you, Professor Rudi, for sharing your insights with us today.
Now, we have the honor of hearing from one of our distinguished convener, Professor Philip de Lombardi, the Director of the United Nations University Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies. To Professor Philip de Lombardi, the stage is yours. Aku, Mbak.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Philip, for your enlightening and inspiring remarks.
Our next speaker. Hah?
Oh, ya berarti Harimawan dicoret.
Ya gabung kan, diwakili AGE kan yang kamu bacakan tadi Pak Iman.
Iya.
AGE itu kan Pak Iman.
Iya.
Oh iya berarti Pak Imannya di replace.
Oh, rektornya dicoret. Rektornya kan nggak datang. Rektor represented by director.
Berarti AGE-nya naik ke atas atau enggak?
Iya.
Iya. Karena mewakili kan, berarti dia mewakili.
Berarti kan di awal
rektor,
enggak?
gitu.
Di awal. Ya kan ini AGE di sakurunge Pak Rudi. Loh, kok Pak Rudi?
Pak Nasi.
Ya Pak Nasi, AGE baru Pak Rudi kan. Yang nggak ada kan cuma rektor, berarti cuma naik toh.
Iya, Pak Imannya naik. Oke, di bawah dicoret.
Our next speaker is Dr. Saule Kemalbayeva, the Dean of International School of Economics at Maskud Narikbayev University, Kasku, who is joining us virtually. We now kindly invite Dr. Saule Kemalbayeva to take the virtual stage. Zoom. Zoom. Di tengah. Di bawah aja. Gak cukup deh Dokur.
Iya, diwakilkan AGE.
Loh. Oh, thank you, Dr. Saule Kemalbayeva, for your enlightening words.
As our welcome gesture to you, we would like to present traditional dance of East Java, and let us take a moment to appreciate the rich cultural heritage through a captivating dance performance called Remo Dance.
Musik remo.
Terakhir
Saule.
itu Saule yang online tadi. Habis online langsung
Remo
Remo
kan?
Remo itu Remo TV.
Dance.
Remo TV.
Called the Remo Dance. Remo Dance.
Remo dance is a traditional dance from Surabaya, representing a brave and powerful. terakhir. Oh, jadi pateni sik rek. Tetap nyala, nanti diulangi lagi. Nah, pas balik iku mang sampean jalanno ke sini, ke kanan sini dulu. Terus ke sini ngambil ke sini. Nanti mereka di sini. Di sebelahmu terus lagi ngambil yang sebelah sana. Ya, saya jalan gini Pak ayo. Dikit.
Jalan nanti aku ngarahkan supaya
Nanti biarkan sama Mbak Nina untuk ikutin kamu. Oke? Terus yang sebelah sini nanti besok ke sini. Jadi setelah dia selesai nari, ya kan, gerakan terakhir, musiknya nanti agak terakhir dong, agak terakhir. Kamu jalan deng 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 lanjutin ya deng 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 itu turun mereka berhenti di sini ambil lagi jemput yang sini Hah? Oke bentar habis tarik mereka kan mereka berdiri di sebelahmu kanan sama kiri kamu di tengah dulu pose yang jalan tadi. Nah, oke, gitu dulu. Nanti akan ada narasi. Narasi. Tunggu ya.
Diversity in the world is a basic characteristic
Iku
of
aku. Diversity in the world is a basic characteristic of human society, and also the key condition for a lively and dynamic world as we see today. Ini
Diversity.
pas aku ngomong gini kamu jemput tadi. Ya.
Diversity is not about how we differ. Diversity is about embracing one another uniqueness. And here in Indonesia, as our ancestors bear to our mind of Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, we have in our mind the unity
in
In
diversity.
diversity.
Ya po, nadane.
the unity in diversity.
Oke. Ulangi. We have in mind.
Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, we have in our mind
The unity in diversity. Gitu ya, tunggu sampai situ, baru ketika sudah selesai kita ngomong, mereka ini nanti diarahkan kembali ke tempatnya masing-masing. Jadi, iya, ini kepotong template kakinya. Isok tanah Dek kene, Dek.
Terus foto.
Yo ini nanti itu mengalir Pak Deni, ini tadi prosesi dia manggil aku sama Vira narasi, ini didokumentasikan secara mengalir aja ya. Kita nggak ngadain waktu untuk berhenti untuk foto. Jadi mengalir aja, ambil aja sebanyak mungkin, gitu ya. Habis itu selesai, mereka akan dipersilahkan. Ketika aku sudah selesai ngomong, mereka persilahkan gini. Monggo no ya, monggo. Nanti Mbak Nina mungkin juga manggil kembali, comeback gitu kan ya. Comeback, nanti yang peserta balik ke tempatnya masing-masing. Panitia keluar lewat pintu, sana kanan kiri, langsung lanjut acara selanjutnya. Gitu. Coba di part terakhir.
Lost boy.
Cek gede. Oh, nah. Kita berdoakan ya. Jemaat yang sana. Diterus aja. Putar dari awal lagi. Nanti ketika aku sudah selesai. Sekarang kecil, aku mau narasi dulu. Diversity in the world is a basic characteristic of human society and also the key condition for a lively and dynamic world as we see today.
Diversity is not about how we differ. Diversity is about embracing one another uniqueness. And here in Indonesia, as our ancestor bear to our mind of Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, we have in our mind the unity
In diversity. Nah, ini balik aja, balik. Monggo, no, monggo. Oke, nanti panitia bisa balik dari belakang masing-masing. Kamu bisa pergi, oke? Kan panitia nggak usah dipanggil, kamu cuma manggil peserta, oke? Panitia langsung masuk. Hah? Ya. We hope that the previous performance have left you all feeling refreshed and invigorated. Refreshed. Now we shall proceed to our highly anticipated keynote speech. It is truly an honor and a privilege to have Mr. Edi Suprianto from the National and Political Unity Body of East Java, graciously representing the Governor of East Java. Please join us in warmly welcoming Mr. Edi to the stage. Please give round of applause to Mr. Edi. Ini orangnya datang. Datang berarti kan ada soundnya. Pakai peniti Pak, ada di ruang sebelah. Waduh.
Persiapin setelah Pak Edi. Angin jatuh. Oh iya. Persiapkan video opening ceremony tadi. Sing teko Mas Denny.
Oh, apa?
Apa namanya?
Welcome to.
Welcome. Welcome.
Yang ini itu, yang ini.
Waktu
Kita awali ketika dia baru mulai jalan ya. Ya jalan jemput.
Pak Edi mewakili Bu Gubernur. Berarti yang buka Pak Edi. Apa Pak?
Gak apa-apa.
Berarti setelah Pak Edi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Ya, ini kan
wabarakatuh.
presenting Bapak.
Iya memang dibuat terakhir toh.
Sekalian buka dat itu loh.
Jadi
Assalamualaikum.
begitu Mbak Nita
Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. 1 2. 1 2 3. Terima kasih.
Please remain on the stage and we will have the opening, the virtual button. Kok ada suara bayi? Yes, lanjut. Thank you. Pak Ed, Di Pak Edi aja. Apa didampingi ya? RP telu iku.
Also, Profesor Rudi.
Ya nanti ditambahkan.
Now, we shall proceed to our highly anticipated. Ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful keynote speech delivered by Mr. Edi Suprianto wraps up our opening ceremony. Simbol.
Accompanied by apa alongside
Ya, simbol.
alongside
Apa?
like to invite
Officially begin. Kita coba officially secara dibuka secara has officially open atau begin.
and with the Bendera pakai, tolong kasihin ke satu peserta di tiap negara. Kalau dia datang pertama masukin ke sini. Namanya masing-masing negaranya. Bendera di mana tadi? Sana kok, sana ya deh. Sini ya, Mam.
Iya dikerjas.
Terusnya di mana tadi?
Tadi aku lihat di sana.
Oh iya, betul. With the sound of the apa itu?
With this.
Lek gak apal jenenge ana ndek mburine iki. Jeneng negorane tak kei repekan. Aku gak apal soal. Apa gimana kata-katanya? And with the dengan bunyi itu atau dengan tombol itu this event
Cek 1, 2, 3, terima kasih.
really open.
Nyala. Izin Ibu Gubernur mohon maaf atas karena sedang berhalangan hari ini. Datang bulan. Saya sebagai Kepala Bakes Bangpol Provinsi Jatim.
Ayo lanjut ah.
With the sound of the opening, with the sound of the virtual button, this event is officially open. Please give round of applause to every one of us. And thank you, Mr. Edi, Professor Rudi, and also Felipe. You may have a seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful keynote speech delivered by Mr. Edi Suprianto wraps up our opening ceremony. As we bid farewell to this momentous occasion, we extend our deepest appreciation to all esteemed guests, esteemed instructors, and the participants who have embarked on this remarkable journey together, embracing the third summer school on comparative regionalism. On behalf of the organizing team, we humbly apologize for any inadvertent errors of inconveniences during this opening ceremony. We hold each one of you in the highest regard and express our sincerest gratitude for your presence.
Now, our agenda leads us to a series of captivating lecture sessions, masterfully moderated by our esteemed colleagues Enrico and Bernard. And in the meantime, we will take a 20-minute breaks, 20-minute coffee breaks again. And afterwards, all the registered participants are expected to return to their seats while we may send the rest of the attendees home. Nggak ada attendees lainnya toh? Oh iya sih. all the attendees home with our sincere gratitude along the way.
We sincerely hope that this event will foster fruitful exchanges, ignite profound insights, and establish lasting connections among all. May this sixth day be filled with enriching experiences, enlightening discussions, and delightful moments of camaraderie. Once again, we extend.
Once again, we extend our warmest welcome to each and every one of you, and we wish you a truly memorable and rewarding journey during the third summer school on comparative regionalism.
Udah selesai. Berarti
Oke. And once again, yang mana?
Kan Mbak once again terus dekatnya kita berat.
Okay. And once again, we extend our warmest welcome to each and every one of you, and we wish you a truly memorable and rewarding journey during the third summer school on We wish you a truly memorable and rewarding journey during the third summer school on comparative regionalism.
Berian mang. Ah.
Ayo, Phil. Apa? Di ruangannya iya. Ruang diskusi, ruang apa itu yo? Ruang konsultasi.
Tes dicoba tes. Mantene baik cahaya. Disambut pembuka Mbak Ica. Mau otek ya. Parah. Assalamualaikum. Doma. Ketemu nih maksudnya. Rahmat soho berkaipun Gusti Kang Murbaing dumadi. Mugi tansah tumindak lan sarian wonten ngarsa panjenengan sedaya. Para sesepuh, para penisepuh kakung miwah putri ingkang pantes Situ Darsono saha ingkang tansah kinangkuten. Para Agung, para pengembani projo. Monggo Ibu. Adrian dari manten loh.
Boleh.
Perhatikan, coba cek sound, cek sound. Cek.
apa?
Ya, kita pengumuman, baper jalan lagi. Berarti kalau ngomong setelah bumper ya?
Distinguished guests, our agenda is about to commence in a few moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm and delightful afternoon to each and every one of you here at Erlangga University in Surabaya, Indonesia. We are truly honored to be hosting the esteemed opening ceremony of the third summer school on comparative regionalism, an event that promises to delve into intriguing realm of regionalism and crisis mitigation, a multidisciplinary approach. This extraordinary occasion is made possible through the collaborative efforts of the Postgraduate School at Universitas Erlangga, the United Nations Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies in Belgium, and Maskut Narikbayev Kazgu University in Kazakhstan.
This event, supported by Surabaya's government, Sidoarjo government, Indonesian Naval Academy, Kopi Bujen, and Ekowisata Mangrove Wonorejo. Today, we gather here embracing the beauty of a hybrid format, bringing together nearly 100 remarkable participants. These diverse individuals hail from various corners of the world, representing countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, India, Australia, Egypt, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Nigeria, Pakistan, Panama, Philippines, Poland, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Tanzania, Turkey, Uganda, Yemen, and Zimbabwe.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. I'm Nita, and alongside me is my wonderful co-host,
Shafira. Together, we will have the immense privilege of serving as your MC throughout the next 6 days. And on behalf of the entire hosting team, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for the gift of good health and the opportunity to come together in person for this groundbreaking summer school on comparative regionalism.
Now, without further ado, let us extend a warm, enthusiastic greeting to all our esteemed and honored guests in attendance today. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Airlangga, Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasi, SAMTAK, who is in this occasion is represented by the Director of Airlangga Global Engagement, Iman Harimawan, SA MBA PhD.
Distinguished guest, the Governor of East Java, Dr. Andes Kofifa Indar Parawansa, who is in this occasion is represented by Mr. Edi Suprianto, the National and Political Unity Body of East Java.
Board of Directors of Postgraduate School Airlangga University, represented by Vice Director of Academic and Alumni, Professor Dr. Rudi Purwono, SA MSA.
Mayor of Surabaya, Mr. Eri Cahyadi, STMT. The Governor of Indonesian Naval Academy, Majen TNI Marine Endi Supardi.
Dean of International School of Economic, Maskut Narikbayev Kasgu University, Dr. Saule Kemal Bayeva.
Our amazing convener, Dr. Rosa Ristawati, Dr. Iqbal John Koraboyev, and Professor Philip de Lombarde.
All the expert in structure, Professor Philippe de Lombarde from United Nations University.
Mr. Paradon Rangsimapon from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Thailand.
Dr. Arif Hargono from Postgraduate School Airlangga University.
Dr. Juansi from Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga.
Dr. Jamie Pring from United Nations University.
Professor Song Lile from Tongji University.
Nari Selekpaev from Yale University.
Andrew Dunn from United Nations University.
Prof. Lelio Lapardi from University of Latvia.
Dr. Nimade Sukartini from Postgraduate School Airlangga University.
Dr. Rosa Aristawati from Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga.
Dr. Iqbal John Koraboyev from Kasgu University.
Dr. Alessandra Russo from University of Trento.
Dr. Filippo Costa Buranelli from the University of St. Andrews.
Dr. Nana Ibaldo from United Nations University.
All the coordinator of study programs in Postgraduate School Airlangga University.
And all the lecturers from Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga.
Quality Assurance Unit of Postgraduate School Airlangga University.
And last but not least, all the very pleasant participants here in ASEC Tower.
Now, we kindly request that everyone please stand for the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by our university anthem, Hymne Airlangga.
Di sanalah ku berdiri.
Thank you. You may now be seated.
Now it's our pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker who will deliver the opening speech. We will begin with Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasi, SAMTAK, Director of Universitas Airlangga,
Who in this occasion represented by the Director of Airlangga Global Engagement, Professor Iman Hariwamawan. The stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Most cordial greetings from Universitas Airlangga, Indonesia. On behalf of the Rector Universitas Airlangga, we would like to welcome all of you for this beautiful event. The Honorable keynote speaker for today, Sir Edi Supriyanto, Chief of Committee of National Unity and Politics of the East Java Regional Government, the Honorable Directors of Postgraduate Schools, Director of Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga, which is represented by Professor Rudy, to our distinguished guest, Professor Felipe de Lombardi, the Director of United Nations University of Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies, welcome to Surabaya, and Dr. Saule Kemal Bayeva, the Dean of International School of Economics of Maskud Narik Bayev Kasgu University. The distinguished lecturers and other faculty members from the postgraduate schools, the organizing committee, and dearest participants. Welcome to Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya. Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga, in collaborations with United Nations University Institute on Comparative Regional Integration, Studies and International School of Economics of Maskud Narikbayev Kasku University is pleased to announce the third summer school on comparative regionalism with focus on understanding the role of regional mechanism in mitigating crisis from multidisciplinary perspective. And we welcome you today to be part of the programs. Universitas Airlangga never ceased to do the absolute best to cater to academic needs, and thus we aim to invite students not only to experience a diverse culture from our region, but also to introduce them to a regional mechanism that is more suitable for region like Southeast Asia, and see which particular elements are tailored to the regional mechanism for regions beyond Europe. To quote from John Monnet or Robert Schumann paper series volume 9 number 7, of which our distinguished guest here, Professor Fili de Lombardo, is one of the co-author, a more advanced debate about comparative regionalism will not be reached through simply celebrating differences from European integration theory and practice, but rather in going beyond dominant interpretation of European integrations and drawing more broadly upon alternative theories that draw attention to aspects of European integration that are more comparable to other regions. Our program aims for precisely this, to offer the participant an adequate platform for them to share their extensive knowledge of social and political dynamics in their respective region, on how this dynamic suffers every aspect of our life, so much so that it requires constant contribution from us, be it as part of the regular society or as a separate entity, which is as part of the academic community. From then on, participants are expected to exchange the ideas, incorporate their theoretical understanding into real-life problem solving, and the summer school will be the ideal forum for them to broad more diverse topics and employ more multidisciplinary discussions to compare with what they are accustomed to studying back home. We are also grateful to be able to conduct the event in hybrid mode, hence first-hand experience can be extended to those who may not be able to join us in person, making this program even more inclusive and far-reaching. This program will never be truly remarkable without the contribution of each participant and the perseverance of the lecturer and committee in executing this program together. With regard to this, I encourage everyone here to remain engaged and supportive of each other throughout the programs. Last but not least, I wish you all an educational and memorable experience. Thank you for your attention, and once again, welcome to the third summer school on comparative regionalism. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Now let's move to Professor Rudi Purwono, SA, MSA.
We welcome Mr. Edi from the Chief of the National and Political Government Regional of East Java.
Now let's welcome Professor Rudi Purwono, SA, MSA, the Vice Director of Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga, representing the Director of Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga to share his welcoming remarks. The stage is yours, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon. The Honorable Head of Political National Unitary Board of East Java Province, Bapak Edi Ciprianto, MTSDM. Welcome to Region Meeting, Edi. Director of Erlangga Global Investment with Erlangga, Dr. Iman Hadinawa. Vice Director of Graduate School with Erlangga, Profesor Stefanca Mariawati. Dirjen Polisi Dr. Juansi, Chief or Center of Women Involvement in Law Enforcement. Also the Governor, Head of International Partnership and Cooperation Service Unit, Postgraduate School with Erlangga, Dr. Rosa Rizkawati. Director of United Nations University Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies, Professor Philippe de Lambade. Dean of International School of Economics, Sud Elbayev University Kasku, Professor Sauli Kimmelbayev. Instructor, professor, lecturers, pensioners, student, and invite guests. Alhamdulillah, today we all join together in Erlangga Syariah and Entrepreneurship Education Center, Asep Tower, in Erlangga, Surabaya, for opening ceremony on the third summer school on the Comparative Regionalism 2023, both on site and online. Welcome to Erlangga, welcome to Surabaya City, welcome to East Java Province, and also welcome to Indonesia. The third summer school on Comparative Regionalism 2023 is organized by Postgraduate School, Unit Erlangga, in collaboration with United Nations University Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies and the International School of Economics of Masud Elbayev University Kasku for 6 days, June 5th until 10 to 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, the third summer school on Comparative Regionalism with this year focus on understanding the role of regional mechanism in mitigating crisis from multidisciplinary perspective. This event is dedicated to exploring the role that regional organization or mechanism play in the mitigating various types of crisis, including economic, environmental, health, and political crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, at a glance, I will present the global condition in the Indonesian economy with my topic, accelerating economic performance in the amidst global uncertainty. Next. Outline my presentation, global uncertainty and Indonesian economy. Next. Next. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the uncertainty remains high. The first, the war in Ukraine caused supply side disruption. The second, scaling effect and high inflation have the potential to trigger stagflation. The third, monetary policy strengthening. Fourth, global economic slowdown. The scaling effect is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic that is still being felt by economic actors today, such as a failure modest about doing business. Okay. Next. Yeah. World Economic Outlook projection from World Economic Outlook April 2023. World economic growth in 2022 is 3.4%, which will decrease to 2.8% in 2023. The biggest decline in economic growth is in advanced economies, especially in the Euro area and the UK. Meanwhile, in the emerging market, in the developing economies, decline is still not large. Next. Early 2023 activity indicator strengthened, but confidence remained debased. Manufacturing output, PMI, Purchasing Managers Index, both in world, emerging market, and developing countries after contracting in 2022. Early 2023 will expand. Meanwhile, advanced economies in the early of the 2023 are still contracting. Service business activity, the Purchasing Manager Index, both world, advanced economies, emerging market, and the developing countries in early 2023 is expanding. While consumer confidence from 2022 to early 2023 in the world, United States, Euro area, and the China remain depressed. Next. Headline and core inflation in the Euro area in the United States fell, although they are still rather high. Next. Central bank in developed countries. Federal Reserve, ECB, European Central Bank, BOE, Bank of England, BOJ, Bank of Japan, still carry out high interest rate policies. Various central bank in the emerging market, BRB, Banco de Brasilia, RBI, Reserve Bank of India, still carry out high interest rate policies, with PBOC, People Bank of China, and BOK, Bank of Korea, are low. Next. Developing Asia growth moderate in H2 2022 due to weakening global demand. The demand side is developing Asia grew by 4.1% in the first half of 2022 and grew by 3.9% in the second half of 2023, and it is still dominated by private consumption and investment. Next. Inflation in several countries is already low and some are still high. Okay, moving closer to pre-pandemic. Next. Auto Indonesian economy. Economic growth of Indonesia, major trading partner, 2023 quarterly first. The economic growth of Indonesia, main trading partner, China, India, and Malaysia is quite high, while the EU, Japan, and USA are low. Next. All fiscal policy 2023. During COVID-19 pandemic, the government of Indonesia increased the budget deficit to GDP until 6%. This increase in deficit is for the National Economic Recovery Program. The financing of budget deficit is through burden sharing with the Central Bank, Bank Indonesia. Along with success is controlling COVID-19 and the economy improving, positive economic growth, the budget deficit to GDP is reduced in relation to maintaining fiscal credibility and sustainability. Next. Interest rate data, interest policy B7 repo rate in the meeting of the Board of Governors of Bank Indonesia, May 25th, 2023, is maintained at 5.75% to achieve inflation according to target 3+1% and maintain the exchange rate also. Next. The Consumer Price Index, development of Consumer Confidence Index in the early of 2023 is very good and continues to increase. Index of current economic condition index of consumer expectation also increased. Next. Annual inflation disaggregation. In the middle of 2022, there will be high inflation due to increase in administrative price, namely an increase in fuel prices. In the first quarter of 2023, inflation has decreased due to the implementation of a high interest rate policy. Next. Indonesia economic growth quarterly 2019 until 2023, after the Indonesia economy contracted in this second quarter of the 2020 to first quarter to 2023 due to COVID-19 pandemic, the Indonesian economy is recovered. Since 2022, quarterly economic growth has been relatively stable at the 5%. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that the third summer school 2023 can contribute ideas to solve global problems and how to mitigate risks so that the development to each country goes according to the determined target. Thanks to head the political and national unit Area Board of East Java Province, Mr. Edi Suyanto. Thanks to Director of Erlangga Global Investment Universitas Erlangga, Dr. Iman Harimawan, for attending the opening this event. Thanks to the Governor, Dr. Rosa Ristawati, Professor Philippe de Lombardi, and Professor Iqbal John Korabayev, Professor Souli Milbayeva, the instructor, speaker, and the committee for holding the third summer school 2023. Thank you, every student and all participants. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Prof. Budi, for sharing the insight with us today. Now, we have the honor of hearing from one of our distinguished convener, Professor Philippe de Lombardi, the Director of the United Nations University Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies. Please give a massive applause for Philippe de Lombardi.
Good afternoon to all of you. Representative of Director of Erlangga University, the representative of the school, the postgraduate school of the university, the representative of the governor of East Java, the dean of the International School of Economics of Kazgu University, distinguished guests, authorities of this university, professors, lecturers, and of course, last but not least, participants. You are the most important category. Without you, we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't do this today and this week. I'm very glad, as director of UNICRIS, to be able to organize this summer school on comparative regionalism together with Erlangga University and Kazgu University from Kazakhstan. In its third edition, United Nations University Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies, UNICRIS, that's easier, is part of UNU, is part of United Nations University, and United Nations University in turn is a part of the UN family of organizations and agencies, a big family, as you know. United Nations University was created as sort of, say, think tank for the UN system and also for its member states. United Nations University consists of a number of institutes who are located in different parts of the world, headquartered in Tokyo in Japan, with an institute, for example, also in Malaysia, which is the one relatively nearby, focusing on public health. UNU CRIS, which is our institute, has a focus on regional integration studies, or you could say more broadly, regional governance. It's a concept that we use more frequently nowadays, regional governance worldwide. So our mission, we are based in Belgium, but our mission is worldwide. Now, when I was watching the news yesterday on television, on Al Jazeera, there was an item on the BRICS summit, which is now prepared and being held with the ministers of foreign affairs in South Africa. Then at some point I saw a message on, I think it was on Facebook, that the European Parliament made a decision related to the production of ammunition. And so we live in times where you might be inclined to or tempted to think of regionalism in terms of geopolitics, in terms of blocks that are organized or being organized against other blocks which have conflicting relations with other blocks, where tensions with other blocks, and that are created for that purpose. Now, we should not forget, of course, that regionalism is about a lot more than blocks competing with each other. Regional cooperation, regional integration has, first of all, of course, a role to play with respect to its own region and the citizens of its own region. Regional policies, regional institutions can complement national policies, national institutions, but also the subnational institutions, local policies, and so on. They can complement it. They can act where action at the regional level is needed, and this is what we will look at in the course of this week. There are certain challenges for policymakers that are very difficult to tackle at the local level or even the national level. For some challenges, and we will look at some of these in the course of this week, you need regional action. So I think that is very important to see, and also to understand that in the longer term, this is more important than these geopolitical dynamics that you find in the more shorter term. Regions and organized regions, institutionalized regions, also relate to other regions, speak to other regions, and collaborate with other regions. And that is what we know as interregionalism. So these extra-regional relations are not necessarily relations of conflict or tension. They can also be relations of cooperation. I think it's important to look at this, to look at best practices, also to be very much aware of the impact that these institutions have created and are creating every day. We have institutions in place, regional schemes in place, ASEAN, Mercosur, SADC, ECOWAS. We have a number of schemes in place who are producing benefits for its citizens, not only the citizens in the border regions, but citizens more in general every day. And I think it's important to look at this and to monitor this, and we as academics, I think we can contribute to this, to make that clear and to emphasize. Now, so in the course of this week, we will have a specific lens to look at what regions are doing or not doing in the world, and that lens is crisis management, crisis mitigation. Regions, as we have seen in the case of the COVID pandemic, for example, regions can play an important role in mitigating, in facing certain and responding to certain aspects of crisis as they manifest. Health crisis, environmental crisis, economic crisis, and so on, using different kinds of instruments. So this is exactly what we are going to look at this week, with the help of a number of experts coming from different countries with different backgrounds, and with the help of all of you who also will contribute with your knowledge, your background, your expertise, your knowledge of your countries, your regions, and so on. I think it's a learning exercise. We can all learn from each other, and I think that is the spirit in which we should organize this summer school. Now, we cannot start this summer school without a very big thanks to the Airlangga University for its hospitality. And this is, as you know, this is the first time that we organize this in a hybrid mode. The two previous editions were strictly online, among other reasons, because of COVID, of course. But so on the initiative of Airlangga University, this edition is being organized in a hybrid mode. And this is only possible thanks to the enormous effort of Airlangga University, the hospitality of Airlangga University, and the help of the partners. I think you can see the logos there, the partners of Airlangga University. So a very big thank you. And I think I can speak on behalf also of Kazgu University. I can speak on behalf of all of us. Thank you very much. We appreciate very much your hospitality, and we are looking forward to a very fruitful summer school. I think I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward to working with you during this week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Philip, for your valuable insight. Our next speaker is Dr. Saule Kemelbayeva, the Dean of International School of Economics at Maskud Narikbayev University, Kazgu, who is joining us virtually. Now, we kindly invite Dr. Saule. Dr. Saule, are you there?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, you can take the virtual stage.
Thank you very much, dear esteemed partners and the summer school participants. Greetings from Kazakhstan, from Astana, from Narikbayev Kazgu University. It is indeed my great pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of our university and the school. This is the third time the school takes place already, and this time it is very special because it is conducted in a hybrid mode. Therefore, we are especially grateful to the organizers, to the University of Airlangga for hosting our students and faculty members in beautiful Indonesia for this wonderful learning experience and the opportunity to meet like-minded people from more than 20 countries during these 6 days. There are also, I see our students attending the event in online mode, which is also very worth experience. We do very much appreciate our partnership and the consistent support we receive from the University of Airlangga, and we hope that our partnership will develop further. I wish you all a very fruitful, wonderful week ahead, full of positive emotions and experiences to all participants, and hope to join this event at some point in the future in offline mode too, on campus mode too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saule Kemelbayeva, for your enlightening words.
Next, we will have a token of appreciation from Postgraduate School Airlangga University to Professor Philip and also Dr. Iqbal John. I would like to invite with honor Professor Rudi, Professor Philip, and also Dr. Iqbal to come forward.
I would like to invite the Director of Airlangga Global Engagement to accompany the token of appreciations. The first token of appreciation is given from Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga to Professor Philip. Next, Dr. Iman can give the token of appreciation to Dr. Iqbal. Please give round of applause. All right.
Please remain on the stage, and I would like to invite Mr. Andrew Dunn, Dr. Jamie Pring, also Mr. Paradon to come forward. We'll have a souvenir handover. I would like to also invite Mr. Eddie and Dr. Juansi to come forward also. The first souvenir we will given by Professor Ruby to Dr. Iqbal.
And then the second missionaries will be given to from Dr. Juansi to Dr. Tulke.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Iman to please given to the Mr. Andrew.
I'd like to invite Reddy to give a token of appreciation to Andrew John.
Dr. Jamie Pring.
Sorry, to Dr. Jamie Pring. I would like also to invite Prof. Nuno to give the merchandise to
Mr. Paradon.
Mr. Pardon.
Thank you very much. Now your place may be seated.
Please remain on the stage because we cannot take the picture. Please remain on the stage. All right, thank you. Now everyone may be seated.
As our welcome gesture to you, we would like to present traditional dance of East Java, and let us take a moment to appreciate the rich cultural heritage through a captivating dance performance called Remo Dance. Enjoy. This dance is a form of social cultural symbolism, and this dance is typical of displaying the brave and warrior nature of the Surabaya people. Here's our welcome greetings to the classical dance of Remo.
round of applause to the starting demo. Now I'd like to invite those who have the flag to come with the traditional dancer. Those who have the flag with you, please come to the stage. And all the committee, you can come behind the participants. As we can see here, diversity in the world is a basic characteristic of human society and also the key condition for a lively and dynamic world as we see today.
Diversity is not about how we differ. Diversity is about embracing one another's uniqueness. And here in Indonesia, as our ancestor bear to our mind of Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, we have in our mind
The unity in diversity. Move your flag, everyone. Move your flag. We're going to take a picture for a moment. Wait for a moment. One more time. Give your flag. Cheese. Cheese. So, all right, thank you for your participation. Now you may have your seat back. Thank you. All right. We hope that the previous performance have left you all feeling refreshed. Now we shall proceed to our highly anticipated keynote speech. It is truly an honor and a privilege to have Mr. Edi Suprianto from the Chief National and Political Unity Government of the region of East Java, graciously representing the Governor of East Java. Please join us warmly welcoming Mr. Edi to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Salam Om Swastiastu, salam kebajikan, rayu rayu. Mohon maaf saya hari ini pakai bahasa Indonesia. Jadi kalau yang tidak bisa bahasa Indonesia bisa menyesuaikan. Jadi mohon maaf. Terima kasih. Sebelumnya saya mohon maaf. Gubernur Jawa Timur sangat bangga dan apresiasi dengan kegiatan hari ini. Namun beliau tidak bisa hadir. Sebenarnya beliau ingin hadir sekali, namun karena beliau ada di Jakarta, sehingga diwakilkan kepada saya, Edi Supriyanto, dari Kepala Badan Persatuan Bangsa dan Politik Provinsi Jawa Timur, dan mudah-mudahan tidak mengurangi kegiatan atau acara pada hari ini. Yang saya hormati Direktur Airlangga Global Engagement, Bapak Imam Karyawan PhD, yang saya hormati Wakil Direktur 1 Sekolah Pasca Sarjana UNER, Bapak Profesor Rudi Purwono, yang saya hormati Prof. Philip de Lombardi, Director of United Nations University, yang saya hormati Dr. Iqbal John Khorabeyev Kasku dari University, yang saya hormati Dr. Paradon Ronjisma Pons, Ministry of Foreign Affairs Thailand, yang saya hormati Dr. Nari Selek Payev Yale University, yang saya hormati Dr. Jami Ping Yunu Ikris, dan semuanya yang hadir pada hari ini yang tidak bisa saya sebutkan satu persatu. Kami dari pemerintah Provinsi Jawa Timur menyampaikan selamat datang kepada Bapak Ibu semuanya yang dari berbagai negara yang hadir pada hari ini. Selamat datang di Surabaya, selamat datang di Provinsi Jawa Timur, selamat datang di Indonesia. Luar biasa yang kegiatan yang diinisiasi oleh dari Universitas Airlangga pada hari ini. Dan kebetulan saya juga alumni dari UNER, alumni tahun 2008 dari PSDM. Bapak Ibu Ibu yang saya hormati, bahwa kondisi Indonesia, kondisi Jawa Timur sekarang sangat-sangat baik-baik saja, sangat-sangat aman, sehingga investasi yang ada di Jawa Timur maupun di Indonesia juga luar biasa. Karena kondisi aman nyaman inilah investasi yang ada di Jawa Timur terus meningkat, dan pasca pandemi kemarin Jawa Timur terus meningkat dari ekonominya. Ini adalah pulau lanjut dari kondisi geografis dari Jawa Timur. Jumlah penduduk Jawa Timur saat ini adalah 40,60 juta jiwa. Terakhir dari sensus 2020 kemarin. Dan dari 40 juta ini ada 31,8 juta yang nanti akan menjadi pemilih suara nanti pada saat pemilu 2024. Ini ada 38 kabupaten kota, ada 666 kecamatan, dan 8.494 kelurahan. Dan dari berbagai suku yang ada di Indonesia, suku di Indonesia luar biasa, ada ratusan juga bahasa suku, ada 1.900-an pulau yang ada di Indonesia. Jadi kita punya pulau yang luar biasa yang ada di seluruh wilayah ini, dan semuanya indah-indah. Jadi kalau Bapak Ibu semuanya yang hadir dari berbagai negara, rugi nanti tidak hadir di wilayah Indonesia, Jawa Timur dan sekitarnya. Lanjut, ini adalah daya tarik wisata yang ada di Jawa Timur yang menjadi salah satu objek secara mempunyai nilai yang luar biasa secara internasional maupun nasional. Ada Bromo, kalau Bapak Ibu semuanya yang dari luar, kalau tidak tahu Bromo mungkin bisa suatu saat dalam 1-2 hari ini bisa ke Bromo. Sekarang ada saljunya di Bromo. Ada Jatim Park 1, Jatim Park 2, ada Ijen, Balai Kambang, ada Sarangan dan sebagainya yang semuanya tersebar di wilayah Jawa Timur. Tidak kalah dengan Bali. Jadi ini Indonesia, ini Jawa Timur mungkin tidak kalah dengan Bali. Sama, Bali, Indonesia, Jawa Timur adalah sama. Berikutnya adalah ini top 10 daerah tujuan wisata secara yang dikunjungi oleh mancanegara. Itu ada Ijen, Bromo, Alas Purwo, Kampung Tridi, Kampung Warna-Warni, dan sebagainya. Dan ini adalah yang dikunjungi wisata Nusantara yang top, yang mempunyai tren. Antara lain Kebun Binatang Surabaya yang ada di Surabaya, ada Sarangan, ada safari dan sebagainya yang banyak dikunjungi oleh wisata Nusantara memang karena kondisinya mungkin dekat. Ini adalah capaian ekonomi yang ada di Jawa Timur. Jadi pertumbuhan ekonomi pasca pandemi kemarin pada tahun 2019-2020 ekonomi Jawa Timur luar biasa sampai menembus 5,34%. Jadi ini adalah peningkatan yang terbesar di wilayah Jawa. Dan ini dibandingkan dengan ekonomi nasional, Jawa Timur lebih tinggi daripada pertumbuhan ekonomi secara nasional. Program yang membuat ekonomi Jawa Timur selalu stabil itu adalah karena misi dagang. Jadi Provinsi Jawa Timur melakukan intervensi dengan melalui kunjungan-kunjungan di berbagai negara maupun di provinsi seluruh Jawa Timur untuk melakukan misi dagang. Yang kedua adalah Business Investment Forum dengan berbagai forum-forum yang kita kunjungi di berbagai negara maupun kegiatan yang ada di Indonesia. East Java Fashion Harmony, perlindungan sosial, lumbung pangan Nusantara, operasi pasar. Jadi kalau pada saat ada inflasi, ada apa dan sebagainya, Provinsi Jawa Timur selalu turun ke lapangan untuk menjaga investasi atau inflasi yang ada di Jawa Timur, sehingga inflasi yang ada di Jawa Timur selalu terjaga. Lanjut adalah ketimpangan wilayah. Jadi berdasarkan dengan indeks sale bahwa ketimpangan wilayah sangat-sangat rendah dari satu tahun ke tahun, yaitu 0,3 sekian persen. Jadi ini adalah capaian yang luar biasa diraih oleh Provinsi Jawa Timur. Angka kemiskinan di Jawa Timur saat ini cukup relatif rendah, sehingga karena kerja keras melalui berbagai program untuk pengentasan kemiskinan, sehingga kemiskinan di Jawa Timur bisa ditekan dan terus bisa dikurangi. Yang berikutnya adalah ini persentase kemiskinan di Indonesia maupun Jawa Timur secara keseluruhan. Karena program ada pendanaan, ada ekonomi, anggaran untuk dana desa dan sebagainya, termasuk juga ada campur tangan pemerintah melalui program-program, maka kemiskinan di Jawa Timur terus ditekan, termasuk yang ada di desa-desa. Lanjut adalah ini penurunan signifikan kemiskinan ekstrim di Jawa Timur. Jadi ada namanya kemiskinan ekstrim, ada kemiskinan absolut. Kalau di sekarang program Indonesia adalah kemiskinan ekstrim yang terus ditekan, dan ini juga terus meningkatkan ekonomi rakyat Jawa Timur maupun Indonesia. Jadi kita adalah 300, kalau ekstrim itu 10.000 lah per hari. Ya. Kita dorong supaya yang ekstrim ini terus ditekan supaya tidak terjadi di Jawa Timur. Dan alhamdulillah bisa ditekan. Ini indeks Gini Jawa Timur. Indeks Gini ini terus Jawa Timur merupakan adalah trennya terus ada kenaikan, dan awal pandemi 2020, kondisi September 2022 ini perubahannya sangat signifikan, dan ini juga bisa meningkatkan sumber daya Jawa Timur, manusia di Jawa Timur. Ini adalah indeks pembangunan gender yang ada di Jawa Timur, dan beberapa kali kita meraih penghargaan dari pemerintah pusat. Ada 13 kali kita mendapatkan anugerah Parahita Eka Praya karena memang kita bisa melakukan pembangunan gender di Jawa Timur. Indeks pembangunan manusia bersama dengan berbagai perguruan tinggi termasuk UNER juga terus pembangunan atau sumber daya manusia di Jawa Timur terus mengalami peningkatan. Ini adalah pembangunan terbuka yang di Jawa Timur juga terus mengalami tren yang cukup baik. Indeks reformasi birokrasi terus kita juga mengalami kenaikan yang signifikan karena juga kita melakukan pendidikan pelatihan kepada semua ASN maupun pegawai pemerintah yang ada di Jawa Timur, sehingga terus mengalami tren peningkatan untuk pelayanan publik dan sebagainya. Ini ada kita 8 kali mendapatkan WTP dari BPK, dan ini merupakan capaian yang terus dilakukan oleh pemerintah Provinsi Jawa Timur, termasuk di kabupaten kota. Kemarin terakhir kita 8 kali berturut-turut. Ini indeks kesalahan sosial, dan seseorang yang untuk memiliki kebaikan, saling memanfaatkan tenaga hidup masyarakat. Kita punya program kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak, termasuk dengan BNPT, dengan tokoh-tokoh masyarakat, dengan Densus 88 dan sebagainya, untuk selalu menjaga Jawa Timur tetap aman, nyaman, sehingga ekonomi terus meningkat karena memang kondisinya saat ini adalah nyaman. Jawa Timur itu adalah sentral provinsi yang ada, salah satu sentral provinsi yang ada di Indonesia. Jadi kalau Jawa Timur ini aman, nyaman, insya Allah Indonesia secara keseluruhan akan nyaman karena posisinya ada di sentral. Indeks kualitas lingkungan hidup Gubernur Jawa Timur dengan programnya terus melakukan berbagai penanaman mangrove di pantai. Kebetulan Jawa Timur ini adalah mempunyai pantai terpanjang di Indonesia. Pantai terpanjang mulai dari Tuban sampai ke Madura, sampai ke Banyuwangi, sampai ke Pacitan. Jadi kita mempunyai panjang pantai yang luar biasa. Namun banyak pantai-pantai yang sebelumnya mengalami kerusakan karena memang kondisi geografis dan sebagainya, juga ada perusakan oleh manusia. Namun akhir-akhir ini pemerintah provinsi dengan berbagai kerjasama dengan berbagai lintas pemerintahan mulai kabupaten dan pusat, kita telah melakukan penanaman mangrove maupun tanaman yang ada di bibir pantai, sehingga akan mengurangi abrasi maupun bisa meningkatkan ekonomi nelayan karena di situ ada pertumbuhan atau perkembangan biota laut. Indeks risiko bencana Indonesia termasuk Jawa Timur adalah mempunyai potensi bencana yang cukup tinggi, termasuk adalah banjir, gempa, angin, termasuk juga kekeringan dan sebagainya. Namun karena sudah diantisipasi dengan berbagai pihak, kerjasama dan sebagainya, antisipasi, risiko bencana termasuk di Jawa Timur sangat-sangat kecil. Semuanya bisa kita antisipasi, kita tangani dengan baik. Kita langsung ke Nawabakti Satya. Jadi Provinsi Jawa Timur itu mempunyai Nawabakti Satya. Lanjut. Gubernur Jawa Timur adalah salah satu gubernur perempuan yang ada di Indonesia yang mempunyai, juga beliau adalah lulusan alumni UNER, juga ketua alumni UNER. Beliau adalah salah satu tokoh nasional yang sebagai salah satu tokoh ormas dari Muslimat, juga sebagai tokoh nasional yang pernah menjadi menteri, pernah menjadi anggota DPR RI, yang kiprahnya luar biasa dalam pembangunan di Indonesia maupun Jawa Timur. Dan saat ini menjadi Gubernur Jawa Timur, mempunyai program yaitu Nawabakti Satya. Antara lain adalah Jatim Sejahtera. Programnya adalah bagaimana Jawa Timur, masyarakatnya, penduduknya, dan semua elemen masyarakat bisa sejahtera. Yang kedua adalah Jatim Kerja, memperluas lapangan pekerjaan untuk semua elemen masyarakat yang belum kerja, termasuk anak-anak muda maupun dari milenial. Yang ketiga adalah Jatim Cerdas dan Sehat, yaitu melayani dasar pelayanan kepada masyarakat supaya masyarakatnya semuanya cerdas dengan berbagai program-programnya, termasuk juga sekolah gratis sampai tingkat SMA. Yang berikutnya adalah Jatim Berakses, yaitu membangun infrastruktur dalam rangka pengembangan wilayah terpadu dan keadilan akses bagi masyarakat. Jadi tol melalui kerjasama dengan pemerintah pusat melalui program Pak Jokowi, tol di Jawa termasuk Jawa Timur sudah nyambung dan sebentar lagi nyambung dari Probolinggo sampai ke Banyuwangi, dari semuanya nyambung, termasuk sekarang proses penyelesaian di Nganjuk sampai ke Tulungagung, termasuk juga pembangunan bandara. Ini ada dalam arti untuk membangun, memperkuat akses dari kabupaten ke kabupaten, dari provinsi ke antar provinsi, dalam rangka meningkatkan, mempermudah pertumbuhan perekonomian yang ada di Indonesia maupun Jawa Timur. Yang berikutnya adalah Jatim Berkah, membangun karakter masyarakat yang berbasis nilai-nilai kesalahan sosial, budi pekerti luhur, dan berintegritas. Banyak potensi-potensi di Jawa Timur, termasuk ancaman-ancaman radikal, konflik, hubungan antar manusia, tapi semuanya bisa kita selesaikan dengan baik karena kita mempunyai nilai-nilai kesalahan sosial yang harus kita kembangkan, saling menghargai, saling menghormati, saling membantu, kerjasama dan sebagainya. Sehingga di Jawa Timur muncul uh, toleransi yang sangat tinggi. Nah, karena juga kita akhirnya mendapatkan anugerah sebagai toleransi yang luar biasa. Yang berikutnya adalah Jatim Agro, memajukan sektor pertanian, peternakan, perikanan, kehutanan, perkebunan berbasis kerakyatan. Jadi Jawa Timur adalah salah satu provinsi yang penghasil padi terbesar di Indonesia. Jadi kita per tahun rata-rata adalah 5 sekian juta ton untuk padi. Nomor 2 adalah Jawa Tengah 1,5 juta ton. Jadi selisihnya sangat jauh sekali. Dan Jawa Timur adalah salah satunya penghasil padi adalah Lamongan, termasuk Madiun, termasuk Lumajang, termasuk adalah Ngawi dan sebagainya. Adalah 10 top kabupaten yang penghasil padi. Juga termasuk penghasil hewan ternak terbesar di Jawa Timur. Kita ada 4, sekian juta ternak hewan sapi, daging dan sebagainya yang dihasilkan dari Jawa Timur. Dan ini menjadi suplai kehidupan ataupun bahan-bahan pokok yang ada di wilayah Indonesia bagian timur. Ada 20 provinsi, kalau istilahnya bagian, kalau di Amerika mungkin bagian, tapi namanya di Indonesia adalah provinsi. Ada 26 provinsi Indonesia yang sudah connected dengan Jawa Timur dan suplai bahan pokok itu banyak dari Jawa Timur. Yang berikutnya adalah Jatim Berdaya, yaitu ekonomi kerakyatan dengan basis UMKM. UMKM kita luar biasa, kita memberdayakan ekonomi kerakyatan melalui program-program pemerintah Provinsi Jawa Timur, sehingga UMKM, koperasi itu semuanya berdaya dan terus meningkat dalam rangka untuk pemberdayaan ekonomi pemerintahan di tingkat desa. Yang berikutnya adalah Jatim Amanah, menyelenggarakan pemerintahan yang bersih, efektif, dan anti korupsi. Mudah-mudahan ini terus didorong sehingga nanti bisa mendorong pemerintah provinsi, pemerintah Indonesia menjadi daerah atau pemerintahan yang bersih atau good governance. Yang terakhir adalah Jatim Harum ini menjaga harmoni sosial dan alam dengan melestarikan kebudayaan dan lingkungan hidup. Jadi ini adalah program-program yang menjadi prioritas dari Gubernur Jawa Timur, Ibu Khofifah Indar Parawansa. Ini mungkin kalau kami lanjutkan nanti sampai malam nanti. Jadi saya singkat saja, yang paling utama kami pemerintah provinsi sangat mengapresiasi kegiatan ini. Perprodi kami bangga luar biasa, Bapak Ibu semuanya, lady and gentlemen, selamat datang, welcome to Indonesia, Jawa Timur, Surabaya. Bisa nanti jalan-jalan di Tunjungan Plaza atau jalan-jalan di Jalan Tunjungan, bahasa Jawanya itu melaku-melaku neng Tunjungan. Jadi kalau Google lihat lagunya namanya melaku-melaku neng Tunjungan. Nanti akan ketemu di situ, jalannya adalah di situ, di depannya Tunjungan Plaza di situ. Ini juga yang terdekat juga ada Batu, ada juga di Madura, macam-macam. Ini adalah kekayaan khasanah yang dimiliki oleh Indonesia. Kita ada ribuan gereja, ada ribuan masjid yang tersebar, semuanya hidup berdampingan di Indonesia, berdampingan di Jawa Timur, berdampingan di Surabaya. Semuanya rukun, semuanya bersatu, semuanya saling menghargai, semuanya saling membantu, bekerja sama. Dan ini kegiatan hari ini mudah-mudahan nanti menghasilkan semacam rekomendasi atau apalah, sehingga nanti bisa berguna untuk perdamaian dunia. Dalam rangka mungkin seperti sekarang ada konflik yang ada di Ukraina dan sebagainya, termasuk di berbagai negara yang lain, mudah-mudahan segera dihentikan dan mudah-mudahan nanti akan terwujud perdamaian di dunia. Karena Bapak Ibu semua yang ada pada hari ini dari berbagai negara, mungkin dari lebih dari 10 negara yang ada pada hari ini, mudah-mudahan nanti dalam berbagai kegiatan hari ini akan menghasilkan berbagai hal-hal yang positif untuk kemanusiaan, untuk perdamaian dunia, untuk kerukunan ataupun kebersatuan dalam kita membangun kerukunan tadi itu. Saya kira itu Bapak Ibu semuanya yang saya sampaikan pada hari ini. Tadi yang saya sampaikan mulai Ibu Gubernur tadi saya sampaikan jawaban dari semua yang disampaikan tadi saya sampaikan dalam rangka pembangunan dan sebagainya itu adalah IKI. IKI itu adalah inisiatif, kolaborasi, dan inovasi yang selama ini terus didorong oleh Gubernur Jawa Timur, oleh pemerintah Provinsi Jawa Timur. Dan pada gilirannya nanti mudah-mudahan Jawa Timur, Indonesia terus semakin maju, semakin damai, semakin mantap toleransinya. Sekian, terima kasih. Saya akhiri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Eddie, please remain on the stage because I would like to invite you to open this summer school via a virtual button. And in this opening, I would like to invite all the instructors and all the convener to come to stage, accompany Mr. Eddie to open the summer school. Countdown, on countdown, yeah. On countdown, on 3. Wait for a moment. All right. So 3, 2, 1, and go. Please give a round of applause to everyone. Now if you hear throughout the room, it means that this event is officially open. All right, everyone please be seated. And we would like to give a token of appreciation, and it will be given from Prof. Rudy to Mr. Eddie as the representative of the Governor of East Java. Thank you. Now you may be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful keynote speech delivered by Mr. Eddie Suprianto wraps up our opening ceremony. As we bid farewell to this momentous occasion, we extend our deepest appreciation to all esteemed guests, esteemed instructors, and all the participants who have embarked on this remarkable journey together, embracing the third summer school on comparative regionalism. On behalf of the organizing team, we humbly apologize for any inadvertent errors or inconfidences during this opening ceremony. We hold each one of you in the highest regard and express our sincere gratitude for your presence.
Now our agenda leads us to a series of captivating lecture sessions, masterfully moderated by our esteemed colleague Enrico, there, and also Bernard. Please raise your hand. And in the meantime, we will take 20 minutes coffee break. And afterward, all the registered participants are expected to return to their seats while we may send the rest of the attendees home. But before we go to the coffee break, I would like to invite everyone to take a photo together, just in your place. You just need to stand up from your place. All right. You just need to stand up on your place, and if you have the flag with you, you can wave your flag. Please raise. So we will divide the photo session into two because we cannot take the whole picture. So the first one will be my right side, and the second will be my left side, okay? So the first one, yeah. Yeah, the flag. If you have the flag with you, please wave your flag. Just smile. Say cheese. Oh, do this. We call this semangat, fight. In it is
Fighting.
semangat. Semangat. Yeah. And also we also have uner hebat. Say hebat. Okay, good. Very good. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Everyone can sit. And now in this place, Prof, monggo ikut sebelah sini, ikut foto. Satu kali lagi di sebelah sini, Bapak, ikut foto. Oh, di depan. Ya.
Boleh di tengah, Pak Edi.
Kanan kiri. Bernard, can you join us here? Wave your flag. Semangat.
Semangat.
All right. Thank you
very
so much,
much.
everyone. I really appreciate your participation and cooperation. Now we have 20 minutes for the coffee break. Everyone can have your meal, take prayers, and get back here after 20 minutes. Thank you.
di foto booth dong. Pak Nitia, panitia. Ayo, ayo kita dulu ke sana.
Pukulan pertama dari atas ke bawah, sekarang atas dimulai. Satu kepala, dua pundak, mengisornya bokongnya sekarang dimulai
Dari Sumatera hingga Papua, dari Sulawesi hingga Nusa Tenggara, kami hadir menjaga, melayani sepenuh jiwa, menorehkan segenap bakti 74 tahun Bea Cukai untuk negeri.
The lecture will start soon, so everyone who's here outside of the room, you may enter soon because the lecture will be started. Thank you.
Master of Immunology Postgraduate School Universitas Airlangga has held an international conference to celebrate 2022 World Immunology Day. Traces of autoimmune disease, current understanding has been the main theme in this event.
Ini kita jadi menyelenggarakan World Immunology Day. Itu sebenarnya adalah kegiatan rutin yang dilakukan di Prodi Imunologi Sekolah Pasar Sarjana. Nah, itu bertepatan dengan Hari Imunologi memang yang biasanya pada tanggal 29 April. Dan kegiatan ini bersifat internasional conference ya, karena memang selain untuk memperingati Hari Imunologi, juga untuk memberikan wadah bagi mahasiswa supaya mahasiswa ini bisa berkolaborasi dengan internasional school ya, atau dengan kegiatan ilmiah. Nah, kemarin kita sudah mengundang semua pakar-pakar dari
Prabu, everyone. Welcome to our first lecture for this summer school 2023. So my name is Enrico and I am one of the moderator for the summer school today and for the next 4 days. To kicking off our session, we're gonna talk about regional cooperation and integration, why, where, and so on. Joining for us for the first lecture is Professor Philip de Lombard, Director of United Nations University, Chris, Belgium. So without further ado, Dr. Philip, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks. You can put up, perhaps expand this. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So this is indeed the opening lecture of the summer school, and I will therefore start from, let's say, a broader picture of regionalism or regional cooperation integration, after which we will then in subsequent sessions here of experts focusing on specific policy areas, on specific regions, specific events. But so I will start from this broader picture. Next, please. So as I said before, we're very happy to be here with you and in this summer school. This is a summer school which is multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary, as was announced. It is also multi-region. It's multi-area, multi-domain, multi-topic. So it's quite a diverse content. But we believe that indeed regional experiences that are that we observe in different regions, different contexts, have things in common, and that they speak to each other, and that it is possible, for that matter, to also to talk about regionalism more in general. That there is a more general category called regionalism, regional cooperation, which connects all these experiences, even if it is obviously extremely important to contextualize, to look at the details, to look at the details of context, history, cultural surrounding, and the experiences in different regions. My opening lecture is based on a book project, actually, that we are finalizing, of which the manuscript is actually already finalized but not published yet. It will soon be published, and the good news is that it will be open access. So I hope it will be a useful document. It is a handbook on regional cooperation and integration, very much policy oriented, because there are a few handbooks around. Some of them focus on specific regions. Sometimes they focus on specific regional organizations or specific policy domains. In our case, and from a specific disciplinary background angle, in our case, we wanted to look at regionalism from a policy perspective, very much looking at the value added, if any, the value added of that regional, in the sense of supranational regional level of governance in a number of policy areas. Yeah. So at the same time, as I mentioned there, it is also, well, it's a handbook, but it can also be seen as a meta-analysis of regionalism. So we do not present new empirical research on regionalism, but what we do is to to synthesize in a way, to synthesize systematically the literature that is around on regionalism and regional governance, regional policy making in specific areas. We cover, if I'm not mistaken, 17 distinct policy areas, then complemented by a few more transversal chapters, but 17 chapters focusing on specific policy areas: migration, trade, health, democracy, protection of rights, environment, higher education, and so on. So what I will try to do today is to present a sort of synthesis of that synthesis. So the handbook is already a synthesis of what is around in terms of literature. I will try to present you a synthesis of a synthesis. Necessarily, I will simplify things. I will probably be a bit superficial to start, could be, but that's the ambition. And then, of course, you are all invited to have a closer look at the book when it will be published. In the meantime, there is also a working paper which is already published, which you can find on our website, UNICRI's website, which explains in a bit more detail than what I will be able to do now, what you can find in the book in terms of conclusions. Now, the book was, well, the authors of the book were guided by 3 basic, simple questions, but fundamental questions. You know that, I mean, about regionalism, there are a lot of opinions, but there are a few basic fundamental questions, especially if you look at regionalism from a policy perspective, and you want to draw some conclusions in terms of, okay, how important is this from a policy perspective? Then these questions are, in the first place, why do we need this? What are the good arguments in favor of regional cooperation? There are people in favor, there are people against, but what are the good arguments? That's question number 1. The second one was a question which then implied a sort of mapping exercise. Where has it been implemented? Now, the where question is a double question. It's where, but also under which modalities is regionalism observable in different places and contexts. Because it's not only a matter of where are certain arrangements replicated. No, it's about where can you see manifestations of regionalism and what are their specificities also, what are the institutional mechanisms that are selected, and so on. And then the third question, and that is then again linked to this idea of meta-analysis. What does the empirical evidence tell us about its effectiveness and impact? Again, we did not do any new research here. We did not collect new data, but on the basis of what there is around, of what many researchers have been doing in different places, what can you say about this? So these are very fundamental questions. Now, asking the questions is always easier than responding these questions, but it's what we have tried to do in that book, and which to some extent I will try to do today. Next. But I will start with a few preliminary considerations. We have all experienced, independently of where we were and where you were, we have all experienced the COVID pandemic. Now, if we try to go back in time to the years before COVID, there were debates going on related to regionalism, and again, simplifying a lot. There was, you could say that skepticism was like dominating these debates. In Europe, where we are currently based, in Europe you had the whole discussion on Brexit, but not only in the UK, but also in other countries, you heard voices, very skeptical voices, critical voices with respect to the European Union. Sometimes very radical voices of certain political movements suggesting that perhaps certain member states should withdraw from that European Union. Also in other places of the world, that was echoed to some extent. In Latin America, for example, there was this de facto disintegration of UNASUR, which was a regional organization that was at some point very ambitious and showing capacity to integrate pre-existing schemes like Mercosur and the Andean community. So UNASUR had this ambition to become sort of the new dominant regional organization in South America. This then at some point basically came to a standstill and a de facto disintegration, be it that it is not impossible that with the new governments in power in South America, that this will be revived. But that was a bit like the, again, simplifying, a bit like the general atmosphere when we were talking about regionalism before COVID. What I sense from then the COVID period was that for many people started to rethink, first of all, the role of the state and public policies. Now, the COVID pandemic also shown that what the state can do has also its limitations, especially faced by something which is typically crossing borders, like a pandemic or an epidemic. We have music to strengthen our words. So there was, first of all, like a reconsideration of the importance of public policy. I think we have seen how important public policies are to deal with that kind of crisis, and that's the topic of this week. Many people have survived. Not all people have survived, unfortunately, but many people have survived that crisis, that health crisis, thanks to their government, their respective governments. Survived in let's say, the literal sense of the word, but also survived economically, sometimes with subsidies. And we have also seen that the solutions for these crises, vaccines, and were also, of course, sometimes produced by private companies, but the role of the state in distributing, also in incentivizing the research that then leads to the development of these vaccines is extremely, well, is simply essential. Now, at the same time, as I said, one discussion of part of the discussion is the discussion about the direction of policies. Should we have state intervention? Yes, no. If so, in which direction? More taxes, less taxes, more subsidies, less subsidies, and so on. Much less about the level of state intervention. I think that's typical when we talk about state policies, public policies. We typically talk about the direction of these policies, the need of these policies, but not so much about, okay, but at what level should the state intervene? And that is equally important. Public policies can be effective or not effective, depending on the level of where you implement these policies. If I increase my taxes to redistribute more of the wealth of my country, if my neighbor does not do the same thing and all the higher income people move to the neighboring country, then you lose effectiveness. The same with policies facing a health crisis. If I take measures not to mobilize people, for example, but my neighbor is not doing the same thing, and all these people come across the border, my policy is not effective. So the level of policy matters. On the other hand, sometimes it's more efficient and more effective to have policies at the subnational level, the level of a region, a subnational region, or a province, or a department, or even the local level. For some policies, it is more effective to have local governments or councils to decide on certain measures. For example, how to organize a city, that's best decided at the level of the city, or how to organize primary education, perhaps, or things like that. So the level of policy intervention is as important as the direction of policy interventions. And when you talk about levels, you automatically talk about regions. When we talk about regions in the context of this summer school, and also in the context of what our institute is looking at, we talk about these supranational regions, but then also you have the subnational regions, and you have then the interactions between the two. When we talk about public policy, there is policy distinct from politics. There is also politics at all these levels, and policy, as you know, and politics interact. That is also the case at the regional level. You can talk about regional policies, you can talk about regional public goods, but there is also regional politics. And if you talk about the supranational level, as I mentioned before, there is the geopolitics also that play a role. Creating new institutions at the regional level may have implications for the competences of the other levels. If you delegate competences to a regional level, from above or from below, that has implications. If you say, well, now from now on, it is ASEAN who is in charge of monetary policy, we will adopt one currency, then of course you no longer have a national monetary policy. That's the implication. So you cannot have both. It's also connected to other, let's say, more political dimensions. I mentioned a few there, like sovereign identity, for example. There are identity politics playing at the national level, but at the subnational level and at the supranational level. Sometimes you have, within the context of national states, subgroups or sub-regions which are culturally connected to sub-regions, communities on the other side of the border. So there you have identity politics that can play a role and that do not necessarily coincide with, let's say, official identity politics at the national level. Autonomy is another aspect which, like in these discussions about Brexit, was very much used as an argument, of course, by those who opposed UK membership, this loss of autonomy, policy autonomy, which is to some extent, well, a logical implication. If you depend on, let's say, a collective decision making at a higher level, of course, you lose technically your autonomy. That's true. On the other hand, there are also other perspectives possible. And if you look at literature, for example, and debates also in Latin America, but also in Africa, regional cooperation can also be a way to gain more policy autonomy vis-à-vis third countries, for example. So autonomy is part of that debate. Decolonization, also, there is a link between decolonization processes and regional cooperation. Emancipation, protectionism, nationalism. So I just wanted to alert you to this, to the distinction between policies and politics. They are connected. We should be aware of this. We might emphasize or focus on the policies during this week and also in my presentation, but we should never forget about the politics. And sometimes politics will reinforce policies. Sometimes they will block policies that are needed. Policies, on the other hand, may have consequences for politics and so on. So we should be aware of this connection. Now, in terms of the object of regional cooperation, well, I mentioned there, and to manage common resources, manage regional transactions, manage both negative and positive spillovers, create common rules and regimes, build shared infrastructures, and or produce intangibles such as trust, stability, and identity. In other words, regional cooperation can cover a number of areas, can play out, can manifest itself in different ways. In terms of concepts, I use the concepts here of cooperation and integration, which are for some a bit old concepts, but it is because of the focus on public policies that we preferred cooperation and integration. Especially in political science, regionalism and regionalization are nowadays often the preferred concepts. But I think if you focus on public policies and you look at it from that angle, I think it still makes sense to use cooperation and then integration when there is some kind of supranational institution that is being created. I think that still makes sense. Final point here, there is another debate going on, and that's also an important debate and more specific for our area, which is the debate on global regionalism. It is very important that the debate and then the academic work on regionalisms become more global. I'm not saying that it is not global to some extent, but global in the sense that that we need more sensitivity of context. There have been comparative studies, of course, in the past. There have been work on, for example, the fusion of institutions and policies, but in a number of those cases, it is indeed so that there was not necessarily sufficient sense of context and history. That is also why it's so important that when we talk about regionalism in general, when we do comparative studies, that all the regions are represented, that it's not a sort of desk research type of comparative analysis, but that we really bring in all the expertise available. But of course, there will always be this tension, like, are things comparable? Are they not comparable? Are they so specific that they no longer are comparable? That's an old debate in comparative regionalism, but in comparative studies in general, comparative politics, and there will always be that tension. Of course, I mean, if you organize a summer school on comparative regionalism, there is this implicit message that it makes sense to talk about these things more in general. And the fact that you are here is understood also as a sort of acknowledgement from your side that it makes sense to talk about ASEAN, to talk about ECOWAS, to talk about SADC in one environment, to compare experiences, to perhaps, and then again from a policy perspective, to look at, well, perhaps not best practices, but at least good practices in other places. Like, how did region X deal with this kind of challenge? What can we learn from it? So if you come to this place, we suppose that to some extent you also think along those lines, that we can learn from each other and that we can talk about certain topics more in general. Even if, we always add this, even if we should be very conscious and sensitive for specificity, context, history. Okay, next, please. So then I come to my three questions, the three questions of the book, the why, where, and the so what questions. Now, the why question has a short answer and then a longer answer. And you could say, well, we need regional cooperation, regional action, when we are faced with a phenomenon that requires political action with a regional dimension. That's a very simple answer, short answer, but of course, now what requires regional action, of course, depends on the source of the problem or the challenge. It also depends on your perspective. If you live in a small country with many neighbors around you, there will be more frequently you will have this kind of challenges, that you need your neighbors to act together with you, or at least where you can coordinate policy. If you live in a big country, if you live in China or the United States, you will be faced much less with that kind of situations. You will probably have less feeling for regional cooperation, because for many things, many challenges that require policies, you will not think in terms of, okay, what are my neighbors doing and should I coordinate with my neighbors? No, I mean, you are big enough to deal with your own problems. So that, of course, changes a lot the way you look at this. Like, from which perspective? If you are an island state, something like COVID is different than a country that is surrounded by 5 other countries and with a lot of, let's say, connections over land and so on. That's much more difficult to manage. If you are an island, you say, okay, no more flights, no more boats, and you are isolated. So that's just an example, but in many policy areas, you have these different perspectives. So small versus large countries is relevant. Now, this is, let's say, the short answer. The longer answer can be found in what we call normative theories, theoretical frameworks that explain why regional policies might make sense, in which circumstances, and what the effect is of taking these measures. Now, these normative theories can be specific, meaning they are part of the literature on regionalism, but they can also be less specific. We can also apply more general normative theorizing to the topic of regional policies or cooperation. Specific theories can be found, for example, in trade policy. For those, the economists among you will be familiar with the trade policy literature. There you have a specific literature on trade liberalization at the regional level, free trade areas, customs unions. So you have a specific theory for that, explaining why sometimes it makes sense and why it sometimes will not necessarily make sense to do this. There is the old theory. There are then more recent developments in terms of the dynamic effects of doing this, and so on. There is also then, again, for the economists and the macroeconomists, the optimum currency area theory, which is also a theory, a specific theory in this area, which explains why it might make sense in some cases, but not in other cases, to go for exchange rate stabilization and even a step further, creating a currency area, adopting one area. Then, of course, again, you lose your policy autonomy with respect to monetary policy, but there are situations, as it is explained in that theory, that justify to adopt a common currency. There is also literature in the security area, which explains why it makes sense or might make sense, for example, to create a security alliance or a military alliance. If you have a common threat, and that is then a theory that typically then explains regionalism by using a sort of external factor, which explains why it might make sense to create that alliance. There are also, again, in the field of security, theories that explain why certain regions become a security complex or a security community, explaining that when a region is very much interdependent, interwoven, perhaps complemented by a regional identity, that then it makes sense. It makes sense indeed to think about a common security policy. There are some other contributions, like on regional democracy protection in the literature. So you find a number of well-elaborated theoretical frameworks. Then there are also arguments that come from more general theories and frameworks. For example, in economics, for example, the work on international factor movements, everything that is written on economies of scale can be applied to questions related to regions. So sometimes it's a matter of scale. For example, higher education or science and technology are typically areas which require scale, which require infrastructure. And for small countries, it might be very difficult to get there if you do not collaborate with your neighbors. And so in the area of health, the literature on epidemiology explains why you need regional action, or sometimes even, in the case of a pandemic, then global action to tackle an epidemic. The literature on collective action in political science, but also in economics, collective action explains why in certain circumstances you need some kind of regional institution or agreement to avoid that countries do not cooperate or even compete. A typical example is these races to the bottom. You have some countries, they want all to attract FDI. What can they do? Well, offer better conditions. And better conditions from multinational companies means to pay less taxes. But if your neighbor does the same, you won't get more FDI. And so there is this possibility that a race to the bottom starts where you all offer better conditions. And at the end of the day, you are all worse off. There is some FDI coming in, but they are not paying taxes. So if you are able to coordinate this, you avoid this. So collective action problems also explains the need for regional institutions and regional rules. Well, another point there is the existence or not of a global regime. That is also an important point to answer the why question. But there again, you have to look at specific policy areas. In some policy areas, there is also a global regime. In other areas, you will not necessarily find it. That global regime might be effective or not. Creating a regional regime or regional rules can in some cases complement this, in other cases protect states from that region, from that global regime that you don't like. So there is also this interaction with global regimes at the regional level. And then already mentioned the issue of policy autonomy. I will not repeat. The final point here is this issue of endogeneity of criteria for regional cooperation. What many of these theories do, especially, I mean, the specific ones that I mentioned, is to explain under which circumstances, and then you refer to certain criteria, under which circumstances is regional action justified in a way. But you need criteria. These criteria can be economic efficiency, they can be security, they can, but so you have a number of criteria. Now the thing is, what we also have observed when looking at experiences with regional cooperation is that sometimes these criteria are fulfilled ex post. So even if at some point the criteria are not fulfilled, by taking those measures, you will move in the direction of fulfilling those criteria afterwards. So in those cases, it's of course political commitment, which is key. For example, one of the criteria to create a currency union is interdependence. The more interdependence there is, the more trade there is among countries, the more you will win in terms of transaction costs by introducing a common currency. Now, by creating a common currency, you also create more trade. So it's not like, you should not think of it like in a simple sequence necessarily, but you have these effects going on. Okay, next, please. Then we have the where question. Of course, I will not enter into the details here. What is important here is to point to the fact that this is not only about where, I mean, geographically speaking, but also about modalities, forms, expressions. It's not only about, when you talk about forms, it's not only about regional organizations, although they are very important, but there are different ways to collaborate. You can collaborate in more informal ways with your neighbors, state to state, but also sometimes between border communities or border authorities, and there can be collaboration of different kinds. There can be policy coordination de facto without a heavy institution, but you can also institutionalize your regional cooperation in the form of regional organizations. Some of these organizations are very light. They have a small budget, they have little competencies. Sometimes they are more heavy, they have more resources, they have more power, they have more competencies. That depends. There is a large variety there. But what you see, if you look at the numbers, that practically all over the world, over the last, what is it, the last 60 or 70 years, we have seen a steady growth of these regional organizations. There are more regional organizations today than 30 years ago, or 50 years ago, or 60 years ago. This is something that you see more or less in all world regions. Now, of course, as you know, the density of these organizations is more in some regions than in others. In for example, Africa, Latin America, Europe, you have a higher density of these organizations. In Asia, you have a lower density. There are important countries that are not a member of a, let's say, institutionalized regional organization. I think all countries are part of some kind of regional arrangement, but I'm talking about the more institutionalized ones with the secretariat and all this. When you look at the treaties that create these organizations, we see that over time, the scope of, let's say, policy fields competences has widened. That's also like a general trend. Typically, the older ones were focusing on either trade or security. Nowadays, the old ones have broadened their agenda and the new ones have a broader scope. Next slide, please. I'll then come to the last question, which is the so what question. So what we have done then is to look at the empirical literature and try to synthesize this. And so what I show there is a synthesis of that synthesis. So I'm sorry if I'm a bit simplifying too much, but at least I will try to transmit a few messages that come out of that. Now, in some cases, there is quantitative data that allows you to do quantitative analysis, which for some people means that those results are already more robust than if you don't have the data. Other people will be more skeptical, but so in some areas you have very good data, like trade, for example. That's, I mean, the example, but also in the area of monetary integration, for example, you have good data. So in some areas you can do quantitative analysis. In other areas, you have to work with more qualitative types of analysis by looking at case studies, comparing case studies, and so on. So what we did was to look at both types of studies that have been done. In some areas, looking at the quantitative work, in other areas, the more qualitative work. This is an attempt, like, to summarize what you see. It's oversimplified. There are a number of things that you can say, well, this can be said with, let's say, a high degree of let's say, robustness. There is a link, for example, between regional trade liberalization and trade. What does that mean? If in the context of ASEAN, for example, you start to liberalize trade, like in the 1990s, you can demonstrate that there is an effect on trade, on intra-ASEAN trade. And you can see this in the Andean community in South America. You can see this in the European Union and in other places. Trade liberalization leads to more trade. What you can also say is that when you stabilize exchange rates, not necessarily in the form of a common currency, but could also be in the form of a common currency, that this has a positive effect also on trade and investment flows within the region. Yeah? It has a positive effect also on price stability. You can demonstrate that. Now, of course, trade and investment are, from a societal perspective, are intermediary variables. It's not because that there is more trade that you have a better life. Yeah? So they are intermediary variables. They can lead to other things. In the case of common markets, there is very solid evidence that this leads to more economic growth. I'm not saying this in the first two cases, but in the case of common markets, there is solid evidence that this is the case. In the case of regional tax cooperation, this has led, that is a more case study based, to a higher tax collection capability of collaborating countries. There is evidence of the effect, the positive effect of what they call the lock-in effects of democracy clauses. In some of the treaties, you find a democracy clause, which basically says if a country does not, let's say, organize free elections any longer, then there is then this possibility that it is taken out of the organization. That has had an effect in some cases. There is also strong evidence, again, more qualitative evidence of the role that certain regional courts have been playing in the protection of rights of people. Inter-American Court of Human Rights, for example, the case of ECOWAS, the European Court of Human Rights, and then the Court of Justice of the European Union. So there are clear examples of cases, and case law in this case, of regional courts playing an important role in the protection of rights of citizens. In the area of regional social and health policy, there is evidence of mutual learning, vertical coordination, meaning that they play an effective role in, let's say, connecting the global level, in the case of health, for example, the WHO, and national health policymakers. And of course, again, the control of infectious diseases, where there are many cases where you can really show that regional action has made a difference. And finally, there are some examples of regional educational policies where you can show that this has led to more student mobility. Again, student mobility is an intermediary variable. That does not say anything about, let's say, the quality of the student, of the outcome, or the performance of the student, but it's an indicator. There are mixed results when you look at some other connections. So trade and currency unions do not necessarily or clearly lead to more economic growth. You cannot say this on the basis of the empirical evidence that is around. At best, you can say that trade can lead to more economic growth under certain conditions. If you have some accompanying policies in place, for example, if trade liberalization leads to certain patterns of specialization, it can lead to more economic growth, but that is not sort of automatic causal relationship. So that is also why, of course, you have also, people that are more skeptical about trade liberalization, and it's not automatic, but it has the potential. Regional migration governance is always a special case. That is also an area with mixed results. Now, this is a special case because, contrary to other policy areas, there is not necessarily a consensus on the direction of policies. With respect to migration, with respect to trade, for example, you say more trade, okay, good, because that needs that access to more goods, and for companies more inputs, and on the other side, then more export opportunities. So in the case of exchange rate stabilization, stable prices, good, because we prefer lower inflation than higher inflation. So democracy, human rights, health, public health, we all want better health rather than worse health. So in those areas, there is more or less a consensus on the final objective of these policies. In the case of migration, it's not the case. So some people say, okay, more migration, more mobility, and other people say, oh, but perhaps we should not have too much migration or too much mobility. And so migration is a policy area where there is no consensus necessarily, again, very much depending on specific situations of specific countries. And you have migration, and then you have also refugees. And so it's an area which is politically more complicated. And then the final one is regional security cooperation, where you also have, let's say, rather mixed results. Next, and that's the last one. So I have tried, that was rather ambitious, and tried to come up with some kind of response to these three fundamental questions. Again, you will have access to the underlying analysis policy area by policy area, where you will find more nuance, of course. As a general conclusion, what we have also seen is that what is extremely important is political commitment. You have, of course, the discourses of our politicians about we should cooperate more, we should collaborate more, but then, of course, that's one thing, and that discourse. The other thing is then, okay, implementation. What does that exactly mean? How do we implement it? And then do we actually implement what we announce? So political commitment is very important in all this. Sometimes design or treaty design is important. How do you design that collaboration? Perhaps if it's badly designed from the beginning, it will not work. But so that's another thing. And then you have, as always, the political economy dimension. When policies are being prepared and implemented, you always have then the interest groups and then who see benefit or see the costs of it, and then try to influence decisions and so on. So this is going on, obviously, also around the policy making at the regional level. What we have also seen is that there are certainly opportunities, and I'm looking at you also, opportunities for further empirical work on this, because I think that's what we are supposed to do in academia, to go, well, let's say, one step further than just like exchanging opinions about things, but to look at the data, and that requires sometimes better data. The data is not always very good. For example, if you want to have access to data on budgets of region organizations, like what are the resources that they are mobilizing for their, that's like one of the difficult areas to find good data. And so in general, there is still some work to cover. So I think that is our role. Our role is also to adopt, I would say, the perspective of the citizens of the countries we're living in, which might differ from the perspective of the policymakers and the politicians. I think it is important to be able to say, okay, what do certain policies mean for the citizens, for their lives, for their situation? For example, if you are a border worker, what does a measure mean for you, which makes mobility easier, which makes sure that you are covered by social security when you are working on the other side of the border, and that kind of thing. I think it's important to keep that perspective also, together with what I mentioned before, this ambition to move towards what we call global regionalism. Okay, I think looking at my watch, I think I will stop. I'm looking at the moderator also, who is looking at me. I will stop here. So this is the paper that you can download from our website with, let's say, more details and more nuance of what I just said. So thank you very much for your attention.
Give a big applause to Professor Philip. Thank you once again, Professor Philip. Now we are going to the Q&A session. If you have any question, please raise your hand and I will give the microphone to you. Okay, I see one. Is there anyone? Okay, two over there. Okay. The first.
Thank you so much, moderator, presenter. My name is Salma, again, from Uganda. I want to ask in relation to one of the points, I think we were talking about the Robusta results of the So What area. And my question or concern is about the role of regional courts in human rights protection. Before I ask my question, I need to first seek authority from one of my Ugandan citizens. Ugandan. I don't know if you've heard about the situation in Uganda, about anything about Uganda currently. It's a bit of a sensitive kind of situation where our president, thank you, yes, someone had the results. So in Uganda, we've had this situation where a president signed a bill against supporting the LGBTQ community. And when you were doing the presentation, it just crossed my mind, it's a concern. In regionalism, is there a way the system has a provision for some policies that have to protect people in such situations, especially the citizens in like movement in and out of the country? Because of this particular bill that was signed, we have so many citizens that are living in the United States, and yet most of our support and funds in the health sector is coming from the United States. Now, there is a concern that we could not be getting some of this support anymore, or maybe they're going to cut it down to something less towards our country. Now, that puts us in a situation where, we're going backwards with, like, it's a step back. Does regionalism have a way it creates a policy that protects people? Because now the people in the US, some people, I was actually talking to some ladies that were supposed to travel from the US to Uganda 3 days ago, and the country in the US, they were not allowed to come to Uganda, claiming it is not safe for American citizens to go to Uganda. Do I make sense? Yes. So it has put people in this situation that, does it block, can it get that bad that it can block people from coming into the country, bringing trade or basically, does it have a way it disables mobility? I don't know, something like that. Thank you. Ugandans, do I make sense? I hope my question is valid. Where are the Ugandans? I feel like I'm alone.
Let's combine collect some questions
thank you.
first.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The second one is, Madam, can you?
Thank you. I want to thank you for your time, first of all. It was really interesting. Really, really interesting. I hope I can make this succinct. Being from Australia, obviously maybe a bit of a unique perspective from some countries here. A large core nation with no borders. So we had an interesting response to the pandemic. Obviously, have a geographical advantage, having no borders and being quite isolated away. And a interesting infrastructure when it comes to immigration as well in Australia. Be controversial there. But what I really wanted to ask, you're talking about political commitment to commit to projects of regionalism. And it's something that's, for myself, something I think about a lot with the commitment we've made to our Southeast Asian partners. Indonesia, for example, we're all here, and how Australia has had an interesting relationship with Indonesia, helping, but obviously the parties in Australia, we have two major parties, and sometimes conflicting views on the path and the role of the state. So you can see, with the pandemic, for example, the party that was in power and had been in power for a majority of the time for the last 20 years is quite, how do you say, a little anti-interventionist at times. With some things quite hands-on, obviously. But yeah, I guess in the West, I guess Western countries, there seems to be a nationalist backlash to the perceived failings of globalism. Europe, I think Brexit is a good example, obviously. And I guess that also hurts the political ability to, the political willpower, I guess, to make that commitment to regionalism. And I just wanted to, I guess, ask if you'd ever thought about that, or maybe you sort of thought there was a particular answer, or maybe you could just share your thoughts on that, if that's possible. Thank you.
Yeah, we still have a question from, yeah, okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Philip. My question goes to, there is a graph, a line graph that was in your slides. And on that line graph, it was evident that Africa, and I think also Europe and Africa had a very huge kind of a trend in terms of the frequency was a little high as compared to Asia and Middle East. And in comparison of Middle East and Asia, and then you compare it to Africa, which has a very high frequency in terms of having an institution it belongs to, in terms of regionalizing, how can I convince Indonesia? Because Africa, if you can't compare Africa to those distinctive regions in terms of economic development and how they run their policies, how can I convince probably Indonesia, which is in Asia, that this wave can actually help as me, having seen the other trend and the differences in the culture and other differences there? How can I convince them that this can easily work? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That was a very wonderful presentation. My question is, you made reference to something like common currencies. So I took some kind of interest in it because I think I came across a particular article on the issue of common currency. The article was talking about ECOWAS, like that is African country. They also came together with the aim of integration of currency, and they have been there for a while now, and with no result. And according to the article, in order to have a way forward, they invited some experts from the European community, or let me say European Union, to help out and to give them some kind of guide on how to achieve such kind of wonderful integration. But my question is that you also made reference to something called interregionalization, or I believe the opposite of interregionalization would definitely be intra-regionalization. So in your own opinion, will you say that intra-regionalization could actually solve more issues than interregionalization? I'm coming from this angle. The angle is that the people coming from, all the staff that are coming from the experts that are coming from the European community, could you believe they will be able to transfer their policies? Is there any possibility that their policy can be effective in a place like Africa, looking at the fact that there can be some kind of differences in kind of factors that have been, and maybe culture and some other things that may actually be involved that may stop the, so do you think they can have the same experience? So do you think we can transfer such policy to other policy? And in that situation, or going by that background, do you believe intra-regionalization and inter-regionalization, which one will be the best in solving cases of integration? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And because of time, I believe this will be the last question. So sorry, we can't accommodate all of the questions. So Professor Philip, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Well, I have been painting this broad picture of what regionalism, why we need regionalism, where, and then so what. I'm of course not a specialist in each of these policy areas and regions. So in the first case, I think there probably we should distinguish between two different things. I mean, I don't know Uganda very well, so I won't say anything about Uganda. But I think there we should distinguish probably between two different things. So I think one is the question about the role of the regional organization or the region or a regional court, for example, that could play a role to address this and to be a sort of counterbalance to for example, a national government or that is taking certain decisions. And so I think that's one dimension. The other is then more a foreign policy question, which is the relationship between the US and Uganda. I think these are two different things which we should probably distinguish. I don't think I can say much more about the specific case because I don't know the case very well. But I think conceptually we should distinguish. And so what you see, I mean, globally is that regional courts can sometimes play a role, but they can only play a role when the, let's say, the member states of that region allow it to play a role in a way. So in some circumstances, we have seen that regional courts acquire some kind of autonomy, and that through their case law, they sometimes even go further than what was initially intended to be their role. And so they acquire some kind of autonomy. But in other cases, like the case of SADC at this moment, member states, if they do not allow the court to play its role, then it won't play that role. So it's a matter of power also. So in the case of Uganda, so I don't know to what extent regional organizations will be able to play that role and be that counterbalance. The second question from Australia, which is indeed illustrating what I said before about small countries, big countries, borders, not borders. My colleague Andrew is also from Australia, by the way, so yeah, I'm not sure whether I understood your question exactly. Well, that was so there is this, I mean, you refer to the backlash to nationalist. Now, if the question is whether that is happening, yes, it is happening. No, of course. I mean, it's real. So it's real. It's not only in discourse, but of course, it's then translated into the behavior of the voters when they have to vote, and then it is real and it has a real impact. So there are areas for example, in Europe, indeed, where the European Union could play a more important role and is perhaps needed also, but which is simply not possible because there is no consensus among the 27, and in some countries things are being blocked. So yeah, I can only say that indeed it has a real impact, and the same at the global level. context of the UN, or then the question related to the graph and frequency. So what you see in that graph are the number of regional organizations per continent. Of course, in order to interpret this correctly, you should also then take into account the number of countries that are in these mega regions. In the Middle East, for example, you have less countries than in Asia in totality, or in Africa. So you should, let's say, look at the proportion to, but it is indeed true that in some regions there is more density than in others. It is also true that in Asia, density is lower than in Africa, for example, or in Latin America. How to convince, that's a good question, because indeed, if you look at the growth figures of Asian countries, it will be difficult probably to convince certain countries to become part of a regional organization. Of course, situations are never comparable, so never completely comparable. So I think it is perfectly possible to say that in certain circumstances it makes sense to integrate further. I think, well, I cannot speak on behalf of ASEAN, I have two experts here, but I think in the case of ASEAN, the trade liberalization, for example, that took place made sense for companies in ASEAN and for the workers of those companies and for the consumers. And you can say similar things for other regions but of course, if you go to a country like Indonesia, which is a very big country, well, first they are members of ASEAN, of course, but that is different from a situation of a smaller country with let's say, neighbors and around it, certain policy challenges. So depends on what you're talking about also. Are you talking about monetary integration or cooperation in health or security? Or it's situations are always very different. So I think it's very difficult to say in general you should have more regional organizations or less. Or in addition, having a lot of regional organizations is not necessarily a positive thing. Of course, you can say there is more regional cooperation, but then you have situations of overlapping mandates and memberships. Sometimes countries are member of 3 or 4 or 5 organizations at the same time. These organizations have sometimes similar competencies. That does not necessarily lead to better results. So that is, again, then linked to the politicization of this. Political leaders, they like to create new things and then new institutions, but they never close down existing ones. So, in some areas, like Latin America, for example, this overlap is very high and it's not necessarily like something positive. So I think we need nuance, as always, and then look at specific policy areas and specific situations of specific countries, and then we might draw some lessons from that. And the last question, what you mentioned, what you call intra-regionalization. So no, I completely agree that it doesn't make sense to copy and to export certain models to other places without taking context into account. Of course, now at the same time, I think you have to be pragmatic in these things. I think one thing is of course an institution or a country like promoting a model somewhere else, or imposing, that's even worse, of course, imposing a model somewhere else. Another thing is that you are in control of your project or your policy or your program, and that you then bring in knowledge that is perhaps present in other places and which is useful for you. I think there you need to have you need some pragmatism there and select also what is useful and what is not useful. Sometimes for very specific technical issues, it might make sense to call in an expert from somewhere else. That makes sense. But I think that's very different from imposing models or importing models that are not adapted to a context. The case of West Africa, where you have this currency union, which is not exactly the same as ECOWAS, and it's the West African Monetary Union, not exactly the same membership. So also there, of course, it should be something driven by the region. Is it completely and only driven by the region? Probably not, and historically it was not, of course. It was something that was more or less imposed. Has it led to positive effects? Yeah, some, for example, price stability, inflation, but economic growth, that's more questionable in the long term. So the results are mixed, probably, I mean, the economic results, but there is, of course, a political dimension and a geopolitical dimension. You cannot understand the existence of that monetary union by not referring to the relationship with France and then afterwards, the Eurozone. So, yeah, but I completely agree with you, what you said about the intra-regionalization. So, okay, I think I will stop here, otherwise the moderator will be mad with me. Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you, Professor Philip. I hope everyone else gained some fruitful knowledge about regionalism. And without further ado, I will give the stages to our next moderator, Bernard. Bernard, the stage is yours. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a tiring day today, but I will give a short moment for you to stretch it up your muscle or your body for just only for a while before we start to the next session. So the next session will be conducted by a Thai diplomat. So I would like to welcome Mr. Paradon Rangsimaporn. So am I pronounced your name correctly?
Yes, perfect.
Mr. Dorn. So let's give a warm applause for him first. So Mr. Paradorn is a Thai diplomat. He is a minister counselor in the Eastern Europe Division, Department of European Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Thailand. And he was previously also working at the mission of the Royal Thai Embassy in Astana in the Republic of Kazakhstan. So today, Mr. Dorn will discuss further about the regionalism and crisis mitigation in Central Asia and Southeast Asia as the comparative survey. So, Mr. Dorn, without any further ado, time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction, and good afternoon to everyone here. And it is a pleasure to be here in Surabaya to give a short lecture at the third summer school on comparative regionalism. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Universitas Airlangga, the United Nations University Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies, and of course Casco University for organizing the summer school, and particularly to Universitas Airlangga for kindly hosting me here. It's very great hospitality. I would also like to thank Professor Ikbojon Korabayev in particular for his very kind invitation to extend it to me to participate. And I'm very glad to be here to have the chance to meet with several distinguished scholars and students from around the world, both here in person and of course online. As mentioned by Bernard, I am a Thai diplomat, but I'm also an independent researcher. So my lecture will provide more of a practitioner's perspective rather than being academic in nature. And I have to stress that I'm speaking in my personal capacity and not official capacity, of course. And all my views expressed are my personal views and not that of the Thai Foreign Ministry or Thai government. I choose to talk about Central Asia and Southeast Asia, as this was my latest research conducted during the COVID period when I was posted as Deputy Head of Mission at the Royal Thai Embassy in Astana, in Kazakhstan. And this resulted in a book called Central Asia and Southeast Asia, Exploring the Dynamics of Greater Engagement, which was recently published by Parker Macmillan. And you can buy on Amazon and other good bookstores and platforms. And so please do indulge me with this brief moment of self-promotion. And I'd be happy to give this to Alanga University Library afterwards, after my lecture. Okay, thank you. Another reason I chose this particular topic is that Central Asian, Southeast Asia, in my view, make a very interesting comparison. While being two distinct regions in Asia, they're very different in terms of history, culture, language, ethnicity, and but at the same time, they both share geopolitical similarities, which has not really been examined much in the academic literature, I would say. And this I would delve into greater detail on this later in my talk. But first, I would like to have a quick word on regionalism. Professor Philip already gave an overview of regionalism, and why, where, and for what. And so I think he covered the ground much better than I would. But so I just give a definition on regionalism that was given by Professor Louise Fawcett, an expert on regionalism at Oxford University. And she defined regionalism, begin quote, as a policy whereby states and non-state actors cooperate and coordinate strategy within a given region. And its aim is to pursue and promote common goals in one or more issue areas, end quote. So regionalism was very much in vogue in the 1950s and the 60s, with the creation of the European Economic Community in 1957, which later became the first pillar out of three of the European Union in 1993. And ASEAN itself was also established. I think you all know ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations. This was established by the Bangkok Declaration in 1967. And while the term globalization became the buzzword in the 1990s, with the unprecedented global connectedness due to the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the Iron Curtain, as well as a revolution in ICT and information communications technology, as you know, namely the internet, a new round of regionalism also took place with the establishment of Mercosur in Latin America in the first half of the 1990s, and of course the launch of the African Union in 2002. Moreover, the collapse of the Soviet Union gave rise to new regionalism in post-Soviet space, the largest of which is the Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS. Now, CIS covered all the former Soviet republics, except, of course, for the three Baltic states, but later saw Georgia and Ukraine leaving after conflict with Russia. And Turkmenistan was never fully a full member because it didn't ratify the CIS Charter. Another organization is the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and this is another important example of regionalism in this new Eurasian space. It was formally established in 2003, but had origins in the Shanghai Five grouping formed in 1996, and this was formed between Russia, China, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, ostensibly to settle their border issues. And the SCO has since expanded, and now, in addition to the original Shanghai Five, includes Uzbekistan, India, and Pakistan. And Iran is also set to become a full member this year. Another important example of regionalism in post-Soviet space is the Eurasian Economic Union, which is an economic integration project that consists of Russia, Belarus, Armenia, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan. And it has a combined population of 180 million people and a combined GDP of nearly $2 trillion. And not surprisingly, the countries like Thailand and other countries, including those in ASEAN, including our Indonesian friends, are interested in concluding a free trade agreement with the Eurasian Economic Union. They see it as a big potential market. The 5 Central Asian states themselves have also tried to achieve some sort of regionalism, which I will talk about later. And ASEAN is one of the successful regionalism models that the Central Asian states often look to. Is it me or is there some technical problem? Okay. In recent years, other buzzwords have been circulating in the academic and analytical space, namely minilateralism and Indo-Pacific. Minilateralism has been increasingly advanced as a complement, or perhaps even an alternative to multilateralism, in which rising geopolitical tensions between great powers has often brought impasse and ineffectiveness to multilateral fora, most notably the United Nations. Minilateralism can bring faster-paced diplomacy, as it is informal, is particularly true within the Indo-Pacific region, a contested geopolitical and geoeconomic space between and linking the Indian Pacific Oceans. Hi. Hello? Can you hear me? Is it working? So, multilateralism can be a form of regionalism, some being regional or region-centered in nature, such as the Lower Mekong Initiative and cooperation amongst the Greater Mekong sub-region countries. Members of the Quad, I think you all know this, the US, India, Japan, Australia, can also be seen as part of the Indo-Pacific region, while members of the SCO represent Central Asia or Eurasia. But this has since expanded to cover South Asia as well. BRICS and AUKUS, on the other hand, transcend regions and are groupings of like-minded countries, be they in ideological, security, or economic terms. So regionalism has many flavors and forms, but I would like to now focus on two regions that I believe deserve greater attention in comparison. And I would do this through three prisms: the geopolitical environment, hedging behavior, for those who study IR, and regionalism efforts. Central Asia and Southeast Asia are both on the Asian continent, but as I said, they're both historically and culturally very far apart. Central Asia has been under Russian rule for over 100 years, under the guise of first the Russian Empire and then the Soviet Union. It was immensely Russified, arguably Europeanized, with Central Asian culture and identity firmly suppressed for a long time. And since gaining independence at the end of 1991, these countries have increasingly tried to restore and reassert their national identity, culture, and language. Although Russian influence is still very much pervasive. But despite this difference, one could say that both regions have experienced colonization and are, in fact, decolonizing states, with Southeast Asia begin earlier in post-World War II period, and Central Asia in the post-Cold War period. So as I mentioned, geopolitically, they are very similar. Both regions are faced with increasing great power tensions and pressure to choose sides, particularly amidst rising US-China rivalry and the Russia-Ukraine war. China looms large in both regions as a massive and powerful neighbor that is spreading its political, military, and economic influence, especially through its Belt and Road Initiative that runs through both regions. In Southeast Asia, it is a strategic rivalry between the US and China that dominates, with potential flashpoints over Taiwan and the South China Sea, placing pressure on Southeast Asian states to choose sides. In Central Asia, where the loaded term, the Great Game, is often applied to, there is strategic competition between the West on the one hand and Russia and China on the other. However, since the withdrawal of US and NATO troops from Afghanistan and following the Taliban regain of control of the country in August 2021, the West's role in the region has been severely limited compared to its post-9/11 height. So while Russia and China share strategic convergence and interest in countering US global predominance, they have also arguably been a strategic condominium in Central Asia, with a broad and informal division of roles that both powers have largely been comfortable with. Russia is seen as a traditional security guarantor in the region and has a dominant political and military role, while China plays an increasingly influential economic role, gradually displacing Russia's previous economic dominance. But in recent years, this line has become increasingly blurred, and China has been expanding its security footprint in Central Asia, establishing bases in Tajikistan and increasing arms exports to the region, while Russia's political and military clout have been waning due to its war with Ukraine. But Russia has also stepped up its economic engagement with Central Asia to help ease the impact from extensive Western sanctions. Indeed, the Russia-Ukraine war and subsequent Western sanctions have made Russia increasingly isolated from the world economy and more reliant on China, becoming increasingly and arguably the junior partner in a relationship. This blurring of regional roles and increasing strategic imbalance arguably sets the stage for growing tensions and potential geostrategic rivalry in Central Asia in the future. Both regions also consist of states that vary from small states like Laos and Kyrgyzstan, and medium states or secondary powers like Kazakhstan and Indonesia. The states in both regions are also in asymmetrical relationships with their respective regions' great powers, Russia and China in Central Asia, and China, US in Southeast Asia. The foreign policies of countries in Central Asia and Southeast Asia, therefore, share similar characteristics, but employ different terms. Central Asian states are often described as pursuing a multi-vector foreign policy to varying degrees, while Southeast Asian countries' foreign policies have often been described as omnidirectional or multidirectional. But in aim and practice, they are essentially the same, as they seek to diversify the foreign relations to secure as many security, political, and economic benefits as they can. They also seek to enhance their bargaining position whilst mitigating against potential threats, risks, and crises. And such a policy enables successful implementation of a hedging strategy, which is neither balancing nor bandwagoning, and which helps preserve the strategic autonomy and creates a stable environment for the economic development in an increasingly multipolar and unstable world. The countries in both regions have tried to implement such a hedging policy to varying degrees in success. They have tried to avoid taking explicit sides, pursued opposing measures to offset different risks, and tried to diversify the relations to cultivate a fallback position, particularly with middle-level powers like Japan, South Korea, India, and the European Union. But the degree to which each state can pursue an effective hedging strategy varies according to their capability and their geostrategic environment. For instance, the case of Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan is similar to Laos and Cambodia in Southeast Asia, due to their limited economic capabilities and resources and their geographical proximity to China, as well as overwhelming dependence on Chinese investment and loans, they have less room to maneuver vis-a-vis China. Due to these internal and external limitations, these states are more restricted in the pursuance of hedging strategy, compared with the more resourceful and advantageously located countries like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan in Central Asia, and Indonesia, Vietnam, Singapore, and Southeast Asia. Another factor that constrains the Central Asian states' strategic and foreign policy maneuverability is their geographic position as landlocked states. And such a circumstance forces them to be dependent on their neighbors as transit states to access the global market. This is in sharp contrast to the countries of Southeast Asia, where all except Laos are coastal states and strategically positioned along the important maritime routes of the South China Sea and the Malacca Straits, thereby with greater access to the world market and less constrained than the landlocked Central Asian states in both geography and strategic flexibility. Moreover, while the landlocked condition has forced the Central Asian states to try to pursue multidirectional strategic orientation and to forge good relations with the neighboring transit states, those who are major energy exporters, such as Kazakhstan, have succeeded more than energy-poor landlocked neighbors. Kazakhstan has been notably successful in pursuing a hedging policy by courting various foreign partners and investors and establishing multiple gas and oil pipeline routes to different markets in order to reduce their strategic vulnerability. While Southeast Asia has been relatively successful in its regionalism project, namely through ASEAN, Central Asian states have been less so. Like Southeast Asian states, external threats and challenges and common concerns and interests have prompted Central Asian states to try to cooperate with each other more and to achieve a certain level of regionalism. However, they have so far not been successful, as their past attempts have often been hijacked by Russia, the traditional hegemon, who, for instance, displaced the Central Asian Cooperation Organization, or CACO, with the Russian-led Eurasian Economic Community, which later became the Eurasian Economic Union. So Central Asian regionalism attempts were often also often derailed by mutual suspicion and rivalry, most evidently between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, the two leading states in Central Asia. And this was compounded by the personal animosity and rivalry of their then leaders, Nursultan Nazarbayev and Islam Karimov. But this changed with Uzbekistan's new president, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, in 2016, who opened up the country and improved relations with other Central Asian states. And recognizing the need for greater regional cooperation, the Central Asian states are cooperating with each other more, and there's a discernible momentum and growing momentum towards an exclusive Central Asian regionalism, in which neither Russia nor China are part of. And so far, there have been 4 consultative summits held in Kazakhstan in 2018, Uzbekistan 2019, Turkmenistan 2021, and recently Kyrgyzstan 2022. And this seems set to be a regular annual dialogue platform. The Central Asian states have also in place what is called C5, and that is 5 Central Asian states, and C5 plus 1 dialogue formats, in which the 5 Central Asian states engage with external powers that include Japan, South Korea, the European Union, India, the US, and recently even Russia and China, with China hosting the first China-Central Asia Summit recently this May, last month. So Central Asian states recognize the need for such a dialogue platform in order to manage relations with external powers and to strengthen their bargaining position. This is similar to the use of ASEAN as a hedging platform to manage relations with the great powers and to mitigate risks and crises through ASEAN-led platforms such as the ASEAN Regional Forum, the AIF, ASEAN Plus 3. 3 is the Japan, China, South Korea, and the East Asia Summit. The aim is to ensure that no individual power dominates and to enmesh them in a network of diplomatic and economic relations in which ASEAN can exert influence while insulating themselves from undue external influence. And I call this the hedging regionalism, of ASEAN, which is namely the use of regional cooperation or regional platforms as a hedging mechanism, which is one of the attractions of the ASEAN model for Central Asian states. And indeed, the first C5 plus 1 dialogue format, which was held with Japan and initiated by Japan, was based itself on the ASEAN plus 3 format that I mentioned. Another appeal for the Central Asian states is the normative factor, where the ASEAN way of respect for sovereignty, non-interference, consensus, flexibility, and informality, as well as a focus on regime security, economic development, stability over the democracy promotion by several ASEAN members, converge well with the norms, principles, and priorities held by Central Asian leaders. Another attraction is ASEAN's soft regionalism approach, which focuses on consensus, consultations, flexibility, and weak institutions that do not override national sovereignty, as opposed to the hard regionalism of the European Union with its formal integration and institutionalization, which leads to a supranational organization. The ASEAN model is therefore one of the main examples of successful regionalism that Central Asian states often look to emulate. So to conclude, we live in what has been called a VUCA world, VUCA, one which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And the return of great power conflicts in the form of US-China rivalry, as well as Russia's conflict with the Western world, adds yet another layer of complexity to other common global threats, such as climate change, pandemics, and terrorism in our already complex and multipolar world. And to address these shared challenges, states have to step up their cooperation, not only intra-regionally, but also inter-regionally. And due to their similar geopolitical environments, states in Central Asia and Southeast Asia have much to learn from each other on how best to respond to these shared geopolitical challenges, as well as other challenges, and on how to mitigate the risks emanating from these challenges. Therefore, I believe that there should be greater engagement and dialogue between these two regions. For instance, perhaps the C5 plus ASEAN dialogue format can be put into place, where they can share experiences and responses to increasing great power rivalry and pressure. And the periodic bilateral meetings between individual ASEAN and Central Asian foreign ministers on the sidelines of the annual United Nations General Assembly meetings in New York are not enough to establish a multi-vector and omnidirectional policy of cooperation
beneficial to both regions. In a time when major multilateral institutions, such as the United Nations, are often too paralyzed to act, the need for cooperation amongst countries that share the same region or the same values has become even more pressing in order to act swiftly in addressing the common challenges and mitigating associated crises. And that is why it's increasingly more important for us to look beyond our immediate region, to learn from and study about other regions, to gain insights and lessons learned that can be usefully applied to our own region. And that is why I believe comparative regionalism matters. And that is why I believe that the summer school on comparative regionalism that we are attending here this week is very important. So thank you very much for your kind attention. Terima kasih.
So thank you, Mr. Dorn, for a very insightful explanation on about the regionalism. So before I give the chance for the participants to ask the questions, so Mr. Dorn has explained a small explanation about the regionalism in the Central Asia, comparing with what happened in the Southeast Asia as what we know ASEAN, and some challenges that cooperation is becoming one of the main key for the countries to stand together to overcome and to tackle all the challenges by making the regionalisms. So, dear participants, perhaps one of you have the questions, so feel free to ask it. Yes, so the lady wearing the white shirt. Okay. So you can introduce your name and where are you from?
Good afternoon. My name is Nazam. I'm from Kazakhstan. Thank you so much for your speech. It was really informative. I have one question because I'm really curious and interested in it. I would say and ask, what do you think about, is it possible to South Asian countries, maybe just organizations like ASEAN would be right, to achieve the level of cooperation and integration as European Union in future? Maybe it's inevitable or impossible.
Sorry, Mr. Don, you refer to the participants to ask the questions, all questions, and then you answer it, or just one by one?
I think one by one.
Sure.
I have a short memory.
Okay, sorry.
So yeah, that's an interesting question, and I'm sure when ASEAN was established, formalized, I think they had this issue in mind as well as regarding the future. And I'm sure there's plenty of other experts here who are experts on ASEAN, and perhaps they can add to my own view. But I'm not so sure about if they aspire to become like the European Union, because as you know, European Union is very much a supranational structure, and some sense of sovereignty of these states have already been diminished in a sense. And so I think for ASEAN, for Southeast Asian states, I think they very much want to preserve their full sovereignty. And so I'm rather skeptical about, they're aspiring or even trying to reach that level of regional cooperation. And that's why I think the ASEAN model, amongst others, is maybe quite interesting for Central Asian states, because I believe the Central Asian states and Central Asian leaders themselves are also very, very protective of their sovereignty and wouldn't want to diminish it in any way. So the ASEAN model, with its focus on consensus, consultations, informality, might be more appropriate or more friendly, more user-friendly for the Central Asian states. But of course, as Dr. Philip mentioned, it depends on the regional specifics. So it's not, we're not saying that you should superimpose the ASEAN model on Central Asia, but you can learn from it. And I think we can learn from each other, both our regions. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Dorn, for the response. So someone has raised his hand for a question. So the time is yours.
Paradorn, thank you very much for the lecture, for your research on our region, Central Asia, comparative regionalism. Yeah, my question is, So you mentioned the key aspects about regionalism in Central Asia, mentioning the bandwagoning of Central Asian countries on Russia, the role of China, SCO, CSTO. Yes, kind of during January events, there was like, I'm not sure is it like a reliable source, but in some newspapers, they were like, Xi Jinping was referring to Putin to send troops to suppress the unrest through the SCO military organization to suppress the unrest. Then Putin like replied, no, I have CSTO to suppress this unrest, etc. But it's, again, it's news, not really reliable resource. But in the end, they used the CSTO to suppress the unrest in Kazakhstan. And yes, Kazakhstan and other Central Asian countries are very dependent on Russia in terms of security, as a regional security provider, but not in terms of regionalism, but mostly, as you mentioned before, hegemony, the strong hegemony of Russia and less China there. And in terms of arms trade, Kazakhstan is very dependent on Russia. Like 80% of its arms trades comes from Russia. But recently the war in Ukraine, the Russian aggression toward Ukraine, they exhausted all their resources in terms of arms, and our arms, they always were in a queue, like waiting for the refurbishment, for technical support, for new assets, new arms. Now, like it's for 10, for 20 years, where like we'll be waiting for these arms, I guess, because of the war. And what is like being nowadays mentioned a lot in Kazakhstan and Central Asia is Turkey role. During the Karabakh crisis, during the separatist movement inside Azerbaijan, when Azerbaijan restored its territorial sovereignty, this 30-year crisis, yeah. So Azerbaijan sent their troops, were dependent mostly on arms trade, on military exercise, education. So it changed from Russia to Turkey, and Armenia stayed depending on Russia. And the last war, the what's called 40-something days war, Karabakh war in recently, 2020, I guess, 2021, 2020, yeah, happened when Azerbaijan restored the territorial integrity. So there was a lot like Turkish military arms, Turkish military education, like helped Azerbaijan, but Armenia. The thing is, when you go to by CSTO military obligation, yeah, the treaty, when you go to study to Russia, the only Belarusia has the right to study with Russians. But the others, even if you're part of CSTO, you study with international students. So you never go, take really Russian military education there. You stand very separately, only Belarusia. So what I want to say here, that Turkey as a role to regionalism, like Azerbaijan and Turkey became the role model to some extent as integration for the Central Asian countries, and they want to change their dependency toward the Turkey. I guess, my guess, what's your any comments? Could be the Turkey there, and the case of Karabakh war, the restoration of Azerbaijan integrity, sovereign territorial integrity, as a driver to bring regionalism to Central Asia, like coming from Caucasus region, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Central Asia countries. This state speaks the same language, technically, from Istanbul to the all Central Asian countries like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, for example. Yeah. So any comments appreciated? Can it be as a driver to regional integration? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. And yes, Turkey plays, as you rightly said, plays a very important role, and it's a middle level power, I would say, and it's punching above its weight in global affairs. As you rightly said, 4 of the 5 Central Asian states are Turkic-speaking states, except of course Tajikistan, and all of these 4 states are part of the Organization of Turkic States, right? Which used to be the Turkic Council. And when Erdogan was recently inaugurated as president for his 3rd term, I think the leaders of nearly all the Central Asian countries went to his inauguration ceremony, which was very last minute and was very, very sudden. And I mean, we were invited too. We couldn't arrange anything in time. But anyway, the leaders of the Central Asian republics were able to attend at this very sudden moment. So I would say the role of Turkey is in terms of diversification of relations. As I mentioned, Southeast Asia and Central Asian states, we have similarity in terms of omnidirectional policy, multi-vector foreign policy, which is more or less seeking friends and having good, close relations with various countries worldwide. And most of these countries are maybe middle-level powers. And this is to hedge the bets and not to be over-dependent on a particular power, especially the regional powers like Russia and China in Central Asia, or US and China in Southeast Asia. So I think Turkey for Central Asia plays a very, very important role in that respect. And with Russia's and Russia-Ukraine war, I think there's growing unease among Central Asian states regarding Russia's future role, both as a security guarantor. I mean, as you rightly said, its military capability is diminishing, but also with some of the segments of Russian elite saying scary things about northern Russia in the press and all that. So I think there's a lot of unrest and unease amongst, particularly in Kazakhstan, because you have a very long border with Russia. So yeah, I see a growing role of Turkey. Erdogan is very ambitious. He's like I said, he's punching above his weight, but he has growing clout. He perhaps can play a role as a mediator in the Russian-Ukraine conflict. I don't want to talk about Nagorno-Karabakh because my division we cover bilateral relations with both Armenia and Azerbaijan. So I don't want to say something which might be construed as taking sides in this very unique and sensitive topic. So, but yeah, I mean, I do agree that Turkey is a major player and can play an increasing role in Central Asia. And even in Southeast Asia, they're aspiring to be, they're already a sectoral dialogue partner with ASEAN, and they're aspiring to play an even greater role in Asia because they have this turn to Asia policy or something. I forget the name, but so there's growing interest and attention in towards Asia from Turkey itself as well. Yeah. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Dorn. So I think what Mr. Dorn explains has fulfilled your questions or your comment. Thank you. So one more question, I think. So who asked the first? Okay.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My name's Hakim from Uganda. And my question is in regard to COVID-19, the impact of COVID-19 in regards to regionalism in Central and Southeast Asia, as well as the key lessons learned going forward, learned from the crisis in regards to regionalism. Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat the last part? It was very fast.
Key lessons learned from the COVID-19 crisis in regards to regionalism, like going forward. I mean, it's the crisis, like which lessons did we learn from the COVID-19 crisis? Like, key lessons learned and how can we maneuver amidst that crisis in case it is to resurface? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think Dr. Philip already touched upon this in terms of the regional cooperation to address COVID-19 pandemic. And I think it's of course very important to have this common action to try to address common concern. I'm not sure if I answer your question or not. I'm being very maybe my answer is too diplomatic, and I'm trying to strike a balance between diplomatic and being, just straightforward. But yeah. But I mean, do you have any follow-up question you want to ask on that? No.
Okay, so I think I'll give the last person the last opportunity. Yeah.
Evening, everyone. So my question is quite general. This is based on my reading 3 days ago, update from the IMF. The title is The Rise of Discriminatory Regionalism from IMF update. And my question is, from recent information from the IMF, it suggests that regional trade agreements, which is RTA, can sometimes lead to protectionist tendencies. One specific concern is regarding child labor standards, and the child in this context is school dropouts from 15 to 17 the age. And if child labor is banned altogether, it may affect the economies of certain regional countries that rely on industries involving child labor. This could lead to reduced wages for children and makes it poorer for the households, making it difficult for them to experience economic growth. How can we address and mitigate these challenges effectively? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, wow. I'm frankly, I think I'm not an expert on this particular area, and I open the floor for other who might be more well versed in this particular area than I am. But Dr. Philip, would you? No. So I think, well, I'm at a loss for words, actually, to be honest. And I think this is like trade policy, right? Discriminatory practice and all that. I'm honestly not an expert in that area, in that field. But yeah, so no one else wants to tackle this question? I mean, it's let's make it interactive.
Perhaps our participants, you have any kind of
exactly.
insight, so we can discuss it together. Okay. You want to ask a question or just comment from the previous question? You ask a new question. All right. Okay. Okay. Exactly. Okay. So we can close from the previous questions and moving to the other questions. Is it fine for you, Mr. Dorn? I think this is the last question.
Yeah, please. Go
Okay.
ahead, yeah.
Thank you so much. I think it should be related. Eh? Perhaps so. So, learning from the regionalization versus supremacy of the leaders in the different countries, and at the same time, I can strongly agree that no man is an island, so we need to actually, we have to benefit from each other. So, Doctor, I would like to ask you this. Do you really think we need kind of a supreme institution at the top that can actually harmonize this kind of cooperation and relationships? Given the fact that I'm seeing more benefits being a little more military as compared to economic and addressing some of the challenges she has talked about the child dropouts and academia, and more or less of the relationships being mutual than being parasitic. So do you really think we may need to have a supreme body at the top that harmonizes this regionalization and regionalism in terms of the cooperation? All countries have to be, country negotiates or talks to another country, and then they have that union and another country, such a thing. I'm not seeing much of the benefit there than having a supreme. What do you think about that? Could we have a supreme benefit than the countries themselves?
I think this relates to this what I mentioned about soft regionalism and hard regionalism. And so the example of the hard regionalism is European Union with some, as you mentioned, this kind of supranational body which oversees in some areas of policy, which is harmonizes the policy. And so, but this entails the surrender parts of member states' sovereignty, perhaps in monetary policy, for instance. There's a central bank. I mean, yeah, there's this tension between national sovereignty and to the extent to which regionalism or regional cooperation could go. And I believe that most states are maybe reluctant to reach that point where they voluntarily surrender parts of their sovereignty to a higher body. And it goes into technical details. I mean, where does this higher body come from? I mean, is it elected and all that? So I personally, I'm rather skeptical about that. And if you look globally, of course, we have the United Nations, and which is we're not a regional body, of course, it's a global body, but and they have this United Nations Security Council, which is like the apex of this decision making to a certain extent, but it's also forgive me, but also not functioning very well and properly. So I mean, it raises a lot of questions, and I think it's an issue which is open to debate. And I think the issue of sovereignty is something which is very dear to most countries and their leaders, and also the people. So yeah, there's certain sort. Well, it depends on how it's having the supreme body. How, as I mentioned, how it's established, what mandate they have, what are they accountable to the member states, how accountable they are. So it's the devil is in the details as well. So I think, but in terms of the idea, well, I mean, I think the issue of sovereignty is still very much something that most countries are very protective of. So I don't think they would relinquish as easily as, particularly in today's world. Yeah. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but yeah. Okay, thank you.
So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Dorn, for the lecture. Let's give him a warm applause. Thank you very much. It's been an honor for the convener that we can get a new and gain a new knowledge from the practitioner, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately. And don't worry for my friend there, you can keep your question for tomorrow. Perhaps one of our instructor can answer your question. So the next session, it's not a session, don't get anxious. So Dr. Iboljan will share the materials and it's a team and the assignments that might be, that shall be done by all the participants during the 5-day program. So Mr. Iboljan, you can.
Thank you. So hi everyone. I'm so excited, so pleased to meet you all. In fact, as we already mentioned during the opening ceremony, this is the third time that we are organizing this school, but it's for the first time that we are doing it physically. So that's why it's like I have a double pleasure, joy. First of all, that like we are able to make our summer school sustainable. I mean, organizing for a third time such a kind of sophisticated event with both the lecturers and participants coming from so many countries, from so many different time zones, cultures, etc., etc. So, and the second one is that we are now able to meet in person. Yeah. So that's why I would like to start, first of all, like very briefly, to express our appreciations and thankfulness to Erlanger University for investing such a huge resource in terms of persons and other resources mobilized to key to make this school possible and success, but also the United Nations University Institute for Comparative Region Integration Studies, and also the university I'm representing, the Maksut Narikbayev Kazgu University International School of Economics of Kazakhstan. And then I would also like to very briefly say a couple of words about the history of this school. In fact, Rosa Ristavati professor, who is professor of Erlanger University and a person who initiated this summer school, and myself and many of the lecturers that you will maybe meet in person, but also online, like Filippo Costa Buranelli, Alessandra Russo, Professor Nari Shelekpaev from Yale University. In fact, we were all, like you now, were participants of a summer school on comparative regionalism back in 2012, now like 11 years ago. It was a summer school organized by Central European University. We had Professor Matteo Fumagelli and Helen Kim, who were professors there. So they organized a summer school in Budapest. And so we were like PhD students, master students, but some of us, for example, I was a young starting assistant professor. So we attended this 2-week summer school. So what brought us together was our interest and passion in regionalism. And then, in fact, we continued this interest. And so many of us now are researchers and professors in different countries, different regions of the world, but we still share this interest in regionalism. And so like 3-4 years ago, Rosa contacts me that she would like to, in fact, with the support of Erlangen University, to initiate and do something similar. That so it's kind of, we were able to get such a training from the accomplished scholars of regionalism. And also I have to say that my interest in regionalism goes back even further from all my undergraduate, graduate, and PhD thesis were on regionalism. And I had when in 2009 and 10, had a really huge opportunity to attend a Garnet summer school on regionalism organized by UNU Chris, Philippe, Luc van Langenhoven, and other people. And so we had a chance now to, in fact, to give back and to continue this tradition of, training younger people in regionalism. And what is most important is to building bridges, to building networks, yes? And so that's why I would like to say that, yes, this is a summer school that you increase your knowledge here, but it's also maybe, you never know to what kind of opportunities and to what kind of new events, new things that it will lead you to in the future. Yeah, so that's why I would like to encourage you both to, to benefit from this academic knowledge aspect of the summer school, but also to try to, build networks, sustainable friendships, sustainable networks, which will be beneficial and useful for your future. Yeah. So that's why I'm really excited to be part of this summer school project, and I really, beside this institutional appreciation, thanks to all the institutions that are generously supporting our project, but I would also like to thank our friends and colleagues, Philippe, Rosa, Nari, Paradorn, and many, many others, Filippo, Alessandra, and all our friends for contributing so immensely, hugely to this interesting event. Yeah. So, and as a last word now, you are expected, yes, to do two assignments, one individual and one group. And so Andrew Dunn, the member of organizing team from the UNU Chris, will now explain you all the details. Yeah. So Andrew, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ikboyon. I'll try to be very brief. I saw that the dinner is almost ready outside, and I imagine people are pretty hungry. So we'll start then with the paper. This is a reflective paper. It's not meant to be academic, so essentially it's a bit of we would like your reflection on comparative regionalism, the concepts that have been touched upon, the topics, the theories, your understanding. The paper itself should be around about 1 to 2 pages long, minimum 1 page, sorry. There are no sort of specific fixed rules or structure related to it. It's more so just about, you should have this sort of the basic elements, an introduction, a body and a conclusion, these sorts of things. But beyond that, we don't really have too many rules. So put a bit of character into it, be a bit reflective about your experience, and everything should be fine. I will post in the WhatsApp group later about where to submit that, but that should be submitted by Friday at 12 p.m. at noon. So the more instructions will come in the WhatsApp group for submission. The second task is the group presentations. So with the number of people that we have, we're looking to have around about 6 to 8 groups with about 12 people in each group. These can be organized amongst yourselves. So please just spend a bit of time this evening or tomorrow morning doing that and let us know by the start of the program tomorrow who would be in your group. One important thing to take into account is please try to reserve a couple of spots in your group, in each of the groups, for the people joining online. They're also expected to participate in this as well. And even if for whatever reason they can't join, or if there's technical issues, then at least all the people physically present will be able to cover for them. So these presentations, they should be around about 10 to 12 minutes. I would say 12 maximum. They should address a specific question. So this is where you also have a little bit of autonomy. These can be very broad questions, such as what are the benefits of comparative regionalism? Do regions strengthen or weaken global order, and how? Which issues should be addressed regionally and which globally? Also sort of more topical things about like what is the impact of war and pandemics on regional cooperation and integration dynamics? Or what you can also do is focus more specifically on a particular topic covered in one of the lectures. So take a look at the most recent program for the topics that will be covered. If anything really piques your interest, then you can also write about that. So one other very key point is that these presentations should link to the overall theme of crisis mitigation as well. So try to incorporate a little bit of that within the presentations. Beyond that, you're free within your group to figure out how the presentation itself will go, who will do the speaking, how it will be split up and everything. Just try to make sure that everybody's included, of course. That's the most important point. So yeah, I think maybe what I will do is stop here. I can't see too many blank looks, a couple, but if there are any more specific questions, then feel free to reach out to me in the WhatsApp group. I'll be here every day, all day this week. So if you would like to come up and bounce some ideas off me or anything like that, then please feel free. I don't know if we have any time now beyond for questions, or whether or not we cover them a bit later.
Can use WhatsApp group, yeah?
Yeah, I think maybe that's the easiest thing.
Yeah.
Overall, I mean, you have quite a bit of leeway to be able to do as you wish. Just make sure that there's sort of the key elements are touched upon in the presentations and in the papers.
So as a final word, I would like first of all invite you to join us, in thanking the organizers and the great organizing team, especially Professor Rosa Ristavati, Miss Fitri. She is maybe we don't see her right now, but she is like for 4 or 5 months was very active in organizing every little detail of our summer school, and Miss Shafira, Nita, Enrico, and many others who are present here in the backstage, and they are really doing great job to bring us together and to enable us, to benefit from this project. So thank you so much for your great dedication and your great job. And so, let's applaud them. Yeah. So I give. you
thank
declare
you.
our day. Yeah,
Yes,
finished.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Iqbal and Mr. Andrew, for the closing statement for today. After this, all the participants can have your dinner box. You can take it at the corner. Oh, sorry. Okay, so you can take the table is in front of the elevator, so you can take the dinner box there. And regarding tomorrow event, so please attend. Go back again to this room no later than 12 p.m. So make sure that you set your watch into the Western Indonesian time. So currently it's 5:37. So tomorrow, please go back again to this room at 12 p.m. So is there any questions before we end the session? Okay, I think everyone's good. So thank you very much for attending the day one of the summer school and enjoy your evening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Enrico and also Bernard, for carrying out the first day of the lecture sessions. And thank you also for Professor Felipe and Mr. Parador for the class. Once again, thank you all for your presence and participation. We have to end this today's session. For our amazing instructors, tutor, and all amazing participants, thank you very much. Make sure you bring it with you, the box dinner, and also and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Don't forget to always wear your ID card with you. Thank you.